One. All right, yo, how you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic here in the Bay Area. A nice day. All right. Hopefully the air quality improves throughout the day, like it has been the last few days. But yeah, all right. Pretty good.
Nice. I like to taking care of yourself. Tell us where your
Did
role.
you freeze?
Did I freeze? I did not freeze.
I think you froze. Oh,
Are we back?
you're back. I think you're back.
Ah, all right. We never left. We never left. So I was asking you, sir. What's your name? What company where you from, and what you be doing? Yeah.
My name is Fernando Marte. I'm a sound designer at Sledgehammer Games. I've been at Sledgehammer. We work on Call of Duty. And I started working there at 2017. I started my game audio career in 2012 um, at a startup company, and slowly worked my way up. And I got the opportunity to come work here, and I've been working here since then. So.
Nice. You said at a startup company. Where at?
So I was at a startup company called, at the time it was called Z2 Live. They were called Z2. They now don't exist. They did mobile games for iOS and Android. Games like Battle Nations, Trade Nations, mid-core style games, flight simulator type games, etc. And then they got acquired by King. At the time, King wasn't acquired by Activision, so I got to work on more like some more casual style games. Paradise Bay, still for mobile and iOS because King is what they do. They work on Candy Crush, for example, and then they got acquired by Activision. And in 2017, I got the opportunity to come work here at Activision or Sledgehammer. Yeah, funny enough, I had pivoted careers briefly into business. I got my master's degree in business and wanted to try something different. But I quickly realized that I wasn't particularly passionate about it. I was really passionate about game audio, which is what brought me back. And I would say it would probably be, if you ask me what are the best decisions I ever made in my life, the first one would be moving back to the States. I lived in Peru until I was 18, and then moved to Seattle for undergrad. And that sort of got my audio career in motion. So that's number one. Number two would be to join this team, this audio team, and it's just pushed my audio skills to a whole new level, and I've learned a ton. So
Nice,
and
nice.
I owe them a lot. So
Let me ask you. You started off at the Kickstarter company. What software were you using at the time, and what are your software using now?
at the startup company,
Yeah.
so we were using a proprietary engine at the time. And so a lot of it was just based off of like Excel spreadsheets and like scripting our own audio events into basically just hard coding our content in. Um, so we did use briefly Unity, so I got to use that a little bit, and then I was with that studio for about 5 years. So in that time, we started experimenting with some other audio middleware. Um,
Nice.
so that was great. And here at the studio, we actually use our own proprietary tools as well. So a lot of those things that I learned with scripting and being able to really understand how to implement sounds into a game came through there, and like those techniques really came valuable when it came to working at Sledge.
Real quick, real quick. Did you study audio like from the get go in college or?
I did. So
Okay.
when I was living in Peru, I around fifth grade, sixth grade, I started playing the drums, and I've always played the drums.
Ooh, do you play the cajon?
The gong,
The cajon?
cajon.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know how to play the cajon
Nice,
for sure.
nice. I love that instrument. It's one
Yeah.
of my favorites.
Oh, yeah, it's great. I love Peruvian Creole, criolla, música criolla music. And actually, growing up, I didn't really like it all too much. It wasn't until I actually moved here and I started to appreciate
sound and music to a whole different, like through a different lens, that I started to appreciate it much
Mm-hmm.
more.
Nice.
But going back to your original question, yeah, I studied. So after playing music and playing in bands, I played in jazz, ska, rock, alternative. Um, it wasn't so once I graduated high school, I really wanted to make it into a career. In Latin America, it's kind of unheard of to make game audio kind of a career path. There are very few studios, or very small ones at least.
Mm.
So that's why I wanted to move back. Not to mention, like studying audio as a bachelor's degree, I think there's only like at the time there was only like one or two schools that offered it, and I think one was in Argentina and the other one was in Brazil. So my options were very limited. There were like associate's degrees, but I really wanted to push it further.
Nice.
So I used my citizenship to an advantage, and moved back to the States, because I was born in Los Angeles and I lived there until I was 9. So then when I moved to Seattle, my cousin was going to the University of Washington at the time. So she was like, "Hey, there's this school called the Art Institute. The Art Institute doesn't exist anymore in Seattle, but at the time, I think it was like one of the best schools in audio specifically." Um, and yeah, so once I got started, like my undergrad, um, uh, my undergrad experience was very much work focused. Once I moved back, I was like, I want to focus in on my career. So I dove into film, TV, radio, and it wasn't until I started working in films that I fell in love with sound design. Sound design is kind of like this beautiful blend of like art and engineering. You have all these problems that you need to solve with engineering and with art at the same time. Um, and that's what made me fall in love with it. However, um, when I started working in films, a lot of the references that directors gave me were references of other films, obviously, and TV shows. And on my spare time, I played games. So when I started working on friends' mods and stuff like that, I just fell in love with it. I knew it was my career trajectory, and it just clicked for me. Plus, I've been playing games since I can remember. You know.
All right, sweet. So it sounds like you got a very like well-rounded experience, and you were able to touch base everywhere. Um, Focusing on Sledgehammer, I know you guys
Mm-hmm.
are big companies, so I'm not trying to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's classified information out there, but I mean that brings up the question: what makes Call of Duty such a like addicting or successful, game?
As a franchise, or for me?
Um, for you.
For me specifically, it was about the team. The audio team specifically, not only is award winning, I just knew they were phenomenal guys. So I wanted to join the team that Dave Swenson was on, and Don Vecca and Michael Casely. Like, these were the guys that I looked up to. These are guys that worked on Dead Space 1. And those were one of the 3 games that like inspired me to like really pursue it heavily as a career. Dead Space 1, Battlefield 2, Bad Company 2 specifically, and God of War 3 were the games that sonically like blew my mind. Because I'd been playing games forever, but I
Mm-hmm.
never really had a tuned ear. So it wasn't until that moment. So these guys were working at the studio, and I was like, oh my god, I would love to join this team specifically. And I've been playing first person shooters for years. I'd played Call of Duty before, and it was something completely different than from what I was working on mobile and iOS, and it has its own set of challenges. So I was really excited to learn something new and broaden my skills.
Nice. All right. Very cool. Very cool. With such a, I mean, Call of Duty has a lot of sounds, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
ambience, a lot of music, a lot of voiceovers. How do you guys delegate and prioritize, all the different sounds? Can How many sounds are there? Can you say like at least 100, 1,000?
No, there's like thousands upon thousands upon thousands. In dialogue alone, in World War II, I was helping out with dialogue, and in lines that there were probably over 10,000, and that's just in English alone. Um, and you have to think that it's a worldwide game, so it has a bunch of different languages. There's like Spanish and 2 versions of Spanish. There's European Spanish and Latin Spanish that we use. Then there was German and Japanese and a number of other like French. So there's thousands upon thousands of sounds, and then that's not even including the sound effects that are also thousands
Mm-hmm.
upon thousands. Like every single footstep, on different kinds of surfaces, the different kinds of weapons, and we wanted to stay true to what these weapons, and like we wanted to like pay an homage to that era, and stay
Mm-hmm.
truthful to the veterans that actually fought in those wars. So whatever we could record that was authentic from that era, we would do that. So all of the weapons that we use that are in game, that were from that era, we try to record, and a lot of them we actually did end up recording. But even with like gear and sorry about that, but like anything that we could find that would be authentic, it's stuff that we actually recorded and tried to put it into the game. But as far as amounts of sounds, there's like thousands.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be able to give you an exact number.
Over 9,000, or at least 12, something like that.
Easily more,
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, which is like coming from mobile games. Like at the time, we had a budget of 10 megabytes, and whatever you could fit in 10 megabytes is what you had to ship. And the reason was because over the air, like downloading through LTE or through wherever your network was at the time, was very limited.
Mm-hmm.
So if you force the user or the player to connect to Wi-Fi, we wouldn't have as broad of a catch of players, right? So it was really important to keep the games really small. So that comes with its own set of challenges. And with technology and the way that it's evolved, like we can allow players to download sounds that are in later levels. For example, they don't have to come on disc or the original the first download. So there's a lot of techniques that we can apply there, which just increases the quality of the game that much more.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. You talked about living in LA and then Peru, then Seattle. Can you talk about how like diversity or real life experience can help shape video game development?
Yeah, I think having that perspective, having different perspective from the different places that I lived, at least, and being able to travel and experience all those different, like all those. I've traveled to Europe a handful of times as well. So even if we're talking about sound and you concentrate on sound, you can tell there's a sonic difference between like Japanese games, American games, and like European style games sonically. So when you listen to a Japanese game, you hear that like a lot of their sounds are very, I want to say, percussive in a way. So because a lot of their TCB sets are smaller,
Mm-hmm.
and not to mention they try to play the games much quieter. So whenever you want to give information to the player, it has to be clear and audible. Whereas for us, if you listen to user interface sounds, there's a clear distinction. We try to use elements that are inside the game
Mm-hmm.
and make it sometimes even more subtle. So it's just really interesting. Just having that open mind to be able to explore the different kinds of games that are out there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, very good answer. I like that. Sledgehammer and Gameheads have some type of sponsorship and partnership, and I want to thank you for that.
For sure.
What do you? I mean, why do you think it's important to partner with Gameheads, Sledgehammer, like?
I think it's important to reach out to the community. I think it's important to inspire new talent and to be able to grow the industry. I think partnering up with like we also partner other universities as well to inspire people to take this as a serious career path. It's grown so much in the last few decades, and it's only going to get bigger from here. If you think about it, games is the marriage of art and technology, to make it into a playful way. So, and technology is ever growing. It's part of our lives now.
Mm-hmm.
So it only makes sense. So that's why it's important for us to reach out to the communities and not only like to broaden our scope, but also to give back.
Yeah. No. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate this conversation. Is there anything else you want to say before we?
No, that's it. You can make design your career, your life, and go after it. Pursue your dreams. I mean, I moved here from Peru, and I remember moving here with $100 in my pocket and a suitcase full of clothes. And if I could make it, like, you just have to put in a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
This is an industry of passion, and a lot of people that go into it go in it with their heart on their sleeves, you know. So um, yeah,
Mhm. Very wise words. Thank you.
absolutely.
Have a nice day and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Cheers.
Fine. Yo, yo, yo. How you guys doing today? What's going on? What's what's on your mind? Where you guys from? Where you guys quarantining?
My name is Juan Vaca. I'm a narrative designer at Netflix. I'm quarantined out of my home office in San Jose, California.
All right.
I'm John McElroy. I am principal engineer at Annapurna Interactive, and I am quarantining out of my home office in Los Angeles.
Okay.
And I'm Diego de la Rocha, and I'm quarantining from Vancouver. And I do animation and illustration for indie games.
All right. Very cool. Very cool. And just like a real quick one word question. Where did you guys start in your video game career? Because I know some people start like front desks, swimming teachers, randomly, because you know that's how the industry works apparently. Yeah. Where did you guys start?
I can start. I Well, I played a lot of games when I was younger, and then I made a lot of hobby games as a kid. And I thought, well, this is fun, but this is not something that I could do. So I went off and I did other stuff for a bunch of years. And eventually someone said to me, well, why don't you just use your hobby games and make real games? And I got a job as a UI artist and programmer as my first job.
All right. Who's next?
I went with a more like educational side of things where I knew that I wanted to make games, but I had no idea how to do it. So luckily my community college had a program. Then I was like, I want to learn more. I got hungrier. I went to another program, got some internships. But still I felt like the thing that was really going to give me a chance was like my ability to close projects and do things. So I actually started off as an assistant producer. So I really had to advocate for myself, and that's what kept pushing me, and I ended up becoming narrative designer.
Oh, okay, very cool. And
I started my career kind of weird. I was hoping to stay in Canada because I'm not from here, so I got the job that I could just get to be able to apply for immigration, and I started at a. I'm not proud to say it, but I started working at a casino making slot games. It totally took my soul, but that's how I was able to apply for immigration. So,
okay, all right. No, very diverse and dynamic introductions. Okay, I love it. I love it. Who were you guys were all mentors, of course. Who did you mentor this year?
I got a chance to mentor Marisa on Camino.
Nice.
And I mentored on the same team, Camila. They're Marisa's co-artist.
Nice.
And I mentored Eric on Experimental Vibes.
Okay. All right. Don't give too much, no spoilers about the game because that's what the showcase is for. But how did you enjoy your mentor experience? Are you a returning mentor or?
I'm a returning mentor. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a noob.
Okay. How'd you like it?
Yeah.
Juan Vaca, how'd you like it?
I loved it. I thought it was really great and inspiring to, help the teams develop, problems and solve issues that you see normally in game development, and let them figure out their solution. So it was really encouraging and inspiring too.
Nice.
Yeah, I loved it too. I mean, I really liked it last year a lot, and so I came back for another year. I think for me it's really inspiring. Three of us were just talking about this beforehand, but I feel like when I first started making games, I was just trying to understand how do I make Mario jump, or how do I put text on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like all of the people making games here at Gameheads are asking questions like, how do I tackle the social issue or talk about an experience I've had, which is just a different level than the things that we used to do when we were starting out. So I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I just want to echo both. Like, I feel like the experience was just so great to be able to see fresh ideas and coming from a different context. It's just I love it.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Yes. Wow. My next question is, what do you wish you would have known at the Gameheads age when entering the industry? Ooh.
I feel like for me, I wish I had known a couple things, but the two main things are that, it's more about just trying to make stuff and to make mistakes and do it as many times as possible. It's not about doing it perfectly or having a magnum opus or something. And then the second thing I wish that somebody had sort of let me know is just that, don't pursue something because you think it's the right thing to pursue. Pursue the things that you're interested in, because that's going to motivate you to do better and learn more.
Ah, yes. Nice.
One.
I would.
Yeah, it's a tough question. They're like, ooh.
Diego, are you ready?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I would say, I think it's important to know when to stop working. I think I've burned myself out. Like it's hard, it's real, especially times like now where it's hard to set boundaries when you're working from home, when you're working like at work, when you're working on personal projects, when you're working for other people or trying to dig yourself out of a hole. It's really hard. But it's important to take care of yourself, especially when you have to take care of other people's, and it's just hard. And I wish that someone had, advocated for me before, I had to trip and stumble and learn myself.
For sure. Nice.
Definitely. As a survivor of carpal tunnel and having chronic gout, out of not taking care of myself, I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
I wish somebody had told me about crunch not being something proper. Like, I feel like we really normalize it as like, oh, I guess it's time for crunch and we just gotta do it. But like, I wish somebody had given me the context of like, this is something that we all participate in and we can all participate to get rid of.
I like it. I like it. Very cool. Thank you for the advice. I mean, these students look up to all of you guys as role models, and we should like to hear what insight we should have to prepare us for our careers. Just talk about the importance of diversity real quick in the tech industry, in movies, anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's, we all have heard and know and familiar with sort of how tech in particular and games as well are not super diverse by default right now. And I think that's obviously like we're all trying to change that. And I think the reason why it's important is because it's just creating a better playing field for all of us, but also it means that we're going to get more interesting stories and more interesting mechanics and better things that we're making, better art that we're creating. So, I mean, I think if we don't get that in the industry, we're just going to keep seeing the same kinds of games over and over again, and we're not going to see people trying to do new and interesting things and share voices that we're all familiar with, that like our own experiences are represented.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
Completely. I just started a job like a week ago. We're teaching at a school, and I was pretty sad to see that it was 100% not diverse place. So I was like, and then all the teaching that's gonna be happening, it's all related to like pew pew I kill you, and I was like, where's the instructors that tell me about how love happens or how sad stuff in life happens? So I think diversity only helps us be able to tell all those extra stories that we're totally missing in the mainstream media.
Very true.
Absolutely. I think, one of the most beautiful things about diversity is that when you give everyone a voice, like you find out, how different like their stories are, but at the same time, how much you have in common. And I think, when you realize that, we have one common goal or like one common human element. I think that spirit is what keeps us all together and unified and makes amazing things happen.
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely. And I appreciate you guys coming out, for the stream, but more importantly, as mentors and volunteering yourselves and your time. Thank you. I think that concludes
Absolutely.
our interview. Hell yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
All right.
It was
Thank
a
you.
pleasure.
Yeah. We love what you do.
Keep it up.
Yo, 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 what's poppin' to the tic tac and snick snack and frick frackin'? It's lit out here in the 415, the 510, the 323, wherever you might be during this time of quarantine. My name is Zoram, and I'll be your MC for today. I want to start off by thanking you, DJ Lady Ryan, for that dope introduction. Alright, way to set off the program. And hello, and welcome everybody to the 6th annual Gameheads Student Showcase. I'm so excited to have all of you in our virtual space this year. I do miss seeing all of you live in person, but we are streaming on YouTube Live, we are streaming on Twitch, and we're all over your feed, alright? At hashtag Gameheads Live, period. August is our favorite time of the year, and no, it's not because it's Leo and Virgo season, even though I really like y'all, but because, anybody want to guess? Anybody? We get to see what all the Gamehead students have come up with. And you get to hear directly Yo, yo, yo. How you guys doing today? I mean, like, I'm having a good time. My team's having a good time. My name is Soram Tomas Mercado Oviedo Luis Ventura. That's right. I got like a super long last name, basically the entire family tree. My role at Gameheads has developed for quite some time. I started off in 2016, right after I graduated high school. You know, I signed up. I got interviewed for Gameheads. I was all excited because, you know, I wanted to be a video game developer, or so I thought. Video game developing is actually quite complex. You know, these students have to go through a lot of ideation, a lot of research, talk to professionals, basically live life and then turn it into code, art assets, levels, make a narrative that fits for the world that they're building, and then showcase it. That's what we're here doing. We're showcasing the games that they made throughout the entire summer. We got family watching, we got the industry watching, we got future mentors, I'm hoping. I mean, if you want to be a mentor and you think you have something to bring to the table, these students will literally absorb whatever knowledge you throw at them. They're starving. They're famished. They're more, you know, they want more. And so 2016, I was a video game developer. I was the artist. I had about maybe like on a scale of 1 through 100, like maybe 2 points of experience. And that's because, well, I hopped on Photoshop, took one class in high school, dropped it second semester, but I stepped up to be the artist because we need an artist, and that's good. That was great. But it wasn't for me. What I do like about video game developing is that you work with a team, you have collaborations, you have different tasks, different roles, and I like just working with people. So as I was developing this video game, it was called Nobody's Home. It was revolving around mental illness. I basically make shapes. I wish I could show you the game, but my team, their name is Existential, and well, my team X, we didn't stick together, and that happens. But it's a learning experience. You know, making sure you have a plan, you delegate it, you execute it, and then it all works out. So after that, I decided I still want to stick around Gameheads because I like what they're doing, but I didn't want to make video games, and I definitely didn't want to code. I like to be able to do all factors of the media that I'm working on, whether it's, you know, for the project, and code. I'm not bilingual. I know Spanish, but not when it comes to like C++ or C minus or Python or Rattlesnake or script the Java. I could scratch. I could definitely scratch. Yeah, all day, any day. I'll scratch you. I'll scratch TF out of you. And so I transitioned into broadcasting. Broadcasting is actually perfect for me. It's the same thing about video games, but without code. You still have to make a narrative. You have to have a shot list, you know, like level design, like a shot list. And then you have to have your mechanics, like in the sense, your mechanics in the way that you need to switch between cameras, and you need to, you know, synchronize with the director and whatnot. And there's like lighting, audio, cameras, pre-production, all that has to come together for a final project, just like a video game. So broadcasting, that's on me. You know, live streaming, videography, and I mean, I study at SF State now. Becca major. I was undeclared for 5 semesters. Yep, 5 semesters. I was hella undeclared, and I don't know. I thought I was gonna drop out. I know this stream isn't about me, but I mean, I'm your host, so you should like know something about me. I'm a Libra. I'm part of the Yin Yang Libra gang. I'm from Oakland, California, 510, born and raised. Yep, oh yeah. My favorite color is pink. Shoe size 9.5. I'm 5'9". And yeah, I want to give a shout out to everybody who is here watching. My team is working on some difficulties. I'm assuming you can imagine that. And I mean, that's what this quarantine got us doing. Year 2020 was full of roadblocks, unexpected roadblocks from the beginning of the year. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how these students made it in video game developing in quarantine. Like, they couldn't see each other's bills in person. They couldn't do their art. They had to work through phone calls. And I mean, it's crazy. It's honestly crazy how quarantine has got us doing all these things. And without further ado, I want to showcase what these students have been working on. because honestly, it's real dope. So just give me like 10 seconds, and then we're gonna have a DJ. DJ, Lady Ryan. All right. Stay tuned.
Okay, I didn't know I was on. Oh my gosh. What's up, everybody? So, welcome, Gameheads. It's a super honor to rock this and start it off for y'all. First and foremost, we're gonna take it back and pay homage to the beginning, the pioneers, and the music that was out when gaming first started, if you know what I mean. So big ups to the Gamehead family, Damon and the whole team, and the youth that are changing their lives with this. I wish I had it as a kid. I think it's so dope. Yeah, so we're just gonna rock out a little bit. I got some treats for y'all. One love. So if y'all can think back to the late 70s, early 80s, when the first games was coming out, this was the soundtrack right here. No games played.
Like a doctor, when I rock the mic, you got to like the way I operate. I make miracles happen just for rapping. I'm so lyrically potent, and I'm floating and exploding on the scene. Mean, I got the potential to make it go then chill. I got the credentials, that is the essential to make a rap and chill. Then you know I will fulfill, make a couple of mil as I build a guild for all the rappers to skill and kill the weak rappers that no thrill. Hang him in effigy, if he's a sucker. Hang him to the left of me, cause my right hand man is my mic stand and the microphone that I own. And my game plan is keep it at a steady pace. Ain't no reason to rush, it ain't no race. I'ma hit the top just when I wanna. And it's a matter of time, and I'm gonna, cause I know when to. Go ahead, enter the classic Moji rap that sent you running around, holding your hand, asking your homeboy, yo man, you heard what he said? Another funky rhythm. Look at your man and give him a high five, cause I'm live, run around with him. Telling everybody hanging out on the block, it's time to wake up, check the clock. Punch it. I go to work. I go to work.
Africa Bombada. Egyptian Lover. Cybertron Kumo D. I know y'all recognize that Missy Elliott sample, right? Because black people started electronic music, house music, all that. Black power matters, black solidarity matters, yo. Okay, it's like computer code. You hear it? Like everybody was so excited about computers in that time. Like Zoid. Think about it. Like that, it was off the hook, y'all. Okay, I know y'all hear that Tupac sample too. Come on. Gameheads. Where we at?
But I waste time. Baby, what's your phone number? Girl, I have to ask cause you're so fine. 7779311. I wanna spend the night with you if that's alright. 7779311. tonight. Baby, what's your phone number? How can you be reached on a lonely night?
What's your phone number?
What's your phone number? How can I get into
In my best Tupac voice.
777-9311? I wanna spend the night with you if that's alright. 777-9311. Oh, baby, please can I come tonight? Got a thing. Ain't nothing worse than rejection. Feel a little baby, slap my face.
Everybody, shake your body. We don't feel we chill at a party. Keep a groove that's sensual, three-dimensional, unquestionable, love is professional. Got a category of my own and I'm the president. Don't be alarmed, I'm assuming it's the resident. Where's my particular style, particular?
Gameheads, let's go.
Words like a throw from blackjack. You're a chicken me nugget and I'm a big man. Wings man soloist, have a Coca-Cola. Doing very well because I took the right road to this. Wag this, play with this undertaker, record breaker. Get up on the floor and do the heavyweight shaker. Started with the power and I'ma end it with a bang. Bang, we got a whole thing.
Now from the Tribe Called Quest. And I'm here tonight with the Jungle Brothers. And we're about to get into this thing called
The Jungle Brothers.
Black Hair. Oh my! So, yeah.
Black is black is black is black.
In America today, I have to regret to say something is not right. And it deals with black and white. Tell me, my G, is it me? It's just society filled with propaganda, huh? Why do we meander, huh?
Message.
Zone with hate for peace. All of this BS we see.
Pick it up.
Here is one black man in a mighty big right hand. Brother, sister, if you miss or if you mister, listen please to this fact. Black is black is black is black. Woo. Blow. Black is black is black is black. Woo. Oh yeah. Black is black is black is black.
Get some, you little bum. I take the cake, but you can't get a crumb from the poetic, authentic, superior, ultimate, and all that good shit. I'm the original Asiatic, acrobatic. There you have it. Now get dramatic, creating drama when I'm on the scene, and I pack 'em in mean like Bruce Springsteen. I provide style is mild, and meanwhile put on trial and rap pile of exile, make it tumble and stumble, and a rumble just crumble. And I'm still calm and humble. You need another helping hand to swing on. I stand alone, but still you gotta bring on your Batman and Robin, Cagney and Lacey, Starsky and Hutch, but they still can't face me. And if I may make this one thing here clear, that's for you not to come near. Period. For I ain't bugging or delirious. My swift tongue's like a sword, that's how severe it is. And I can slice and dice a Fisher Price MC. The thought he was nice into minute rice. Single-handed, I ain't with that band stuff. Cause he'll scratch a record like flakes of dandruff. And the mic I ravage, not like a savage, but in my own way of doing damage. As I design a genuine line. Now who flat top rules in 89? Warm it up, gang. 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 elite sharp rock jumps upon the scene with the lean and a pocket full of green. The green is a symbolizer, made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack in the crack, throw the whack, throw the ball in the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause it's pain needs a new rep.
That's the Nation of Islam.
Forget you set walking, so when you're walking, you don't just one. Black on black, remember that, it's important. Anyway, the shunless one.
Come on, y'all.
No hatred, the summer's almost done. No time for sleep. Jump in your Jeep and pump up the funky beat. Holy. Beeper goes off, yo, smash it, then trash it. You're too young to be plumped in a casket. Just get your boys and bring the noise and just swing it. And party people, sing it.
Party people in the place to be, Gameheads.
I got so much trouble on my mind, refuse to lose. Here's your ticket. Hear the drummer get wicked. The crew to you to put the back to black attack. So I sack and jab and slack the Mac. Now I'm ready to mic it. Hear my favoritism, Rolo. Never be a brother like me, go solo. Laser, Anastasia, major. Ways to blaze your brain and train you. The way I'm living, forgiving what I'm giving up. X on the plate, giving now. I don't know about later. As for now, I know how to avoid the paranoid. Man, I've had it up to here. Yeah, I wear, got them going in fear. Rhetoric said and red just a bit ago. And not quick to go find the hard rammer. We the keep from getting jerked, changing some ways. The way back in the better days. Raw metaphysically bold, never follow the code. Still drop the load, never question what I am, God knows. Cause it's coming from the heart. What I got, better get some get on up. Hustler of culture, snake bitten, been spitting the face. But the rhymes keep fitting, respect the giving, how's you living? Now I can't protect, I paid the feedback. Check the record and record, intentional wrecks. Laid off and some intellect, made the call, took the fall, broke the law. Not my fault that they falling off. Knew to stay square throughout my years. So I growl at the living down, like to the bone, my home is your home. Well, welcome to the Teledome. Come on, you can get it, get it, get it. Bass. Come on, you can get it, get it, get it.
Vision, dreams of passion. And all the while I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Something like a phenomenon. Baby, telling your body to come along, but white lies.
Special concern. Now I'm a different guy and I don't compare to many. The next to her, I'm plain ordinary. Not many can see the light blue aura that surrounds the girl wherever in the world. She's
so much history in these songs, y'all. So much message.
She's sweet and a taco treat. She's strange and I like it. She's strange, just the way she is. Walking down the avenue.
If you're tuning in on Twitch, I have a Twitch channel, DJ Lady Ryan.
She's the kind of person everybody knows. She reeks distinction from head to toe. She's my Twilight Zone, my Alpha. She's my Rolling Stones and my Eva Peron. And I like it. Yes, I like it. I like it. The way she wears her hair. Yeah. And I like it. In room 1, 2, 3, she's a usually sees like the invisible man named Drag. And when you come to meet her, you'll never agree that she'll be waiting to skirt as a flag. Like a cold, I told her she'll take you right over. It's not mean to be facetious. And that look in her eyes says you're the guy she plans to spend this evening with. She's strange. And I like it. And I like it. She's strange. Just the way she is. Walking down the avenue. I like it. She's always doing something.
About how we sample, give an example. Think we'll let you get away with that? You criticize our method, or how we make records. You said it wasn't art, so now we're gonna rip you apart.
Stop, check it out, my man. This is the music of a hip-hop band, jazz, well you can call it that.
But this jazz retains a new format.
Point, when you misjudged us, speculated, created a fuss.
You've made the same mistake politicians have, talking all that jazz.
I'm the magnificent with the sensational style, and I could go on and on for like a mile a minute, cause I get in it like a car can drive, and if the record is a smash, I could still survive. I'm the man of steel, on the wheel that you're steering, or rather playing on the record that you're hearing. You might not understand what I'm saying at first, so action low, put it in reverse. I'm just conversing with your person, this is just a conversation. I'm special ed with a special presentation. Hey, I like to play, so for me it's recreation. It's not just a job, it's an adventure. If worst comes to worst, I've got your thirst quencher, but you gotta buy it. Don't even try it, I don't rhyme for free, no matter how dry it gets. I collect my money in sets, one before the show and again when I jet. So I get mine and I'm gonna get more, cause I'm financially secure and I'm sure. So I don't need your tips or advice, cause I'm too nice for that, you rat. I can't stand mice, I'm like a cat, kinda frisky. Battling is risky, business, you might acquire busyness, just like whiskey. Isn't this enough? Oh, you think you're tough? Cookie? I think you better call your bookie, cause you can bet your life that I'm a player like hooky. On a Friday, this is my day. When I was through, I heard you say, why they diss me like that? I should have repent. Somebody should have said the special ed was the magnificent.
Excuse me, Dougie friend.
Yes!
Have you ever seen a show when fellas on the mic with 1 minute rhymes that don't come out right? They bite.
They never write.
That's not polite. Am I lying?
No, you're quite right.
Well, tonight, on this very mic, you're about to hear.
We swear, the best star rappers of the year. So,
cheerio,
yell,
scream,
bravo. Also, if you didn't know, this is called the show.
You love me, it doesn't matter, it goes into my head as just
MC Light.
You think it's egotistical or just very free, but what you say, I take none of it seriously, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, so I'd let you pretend to read me, and then you'd know, cause I hate when one attempts to analyze. In fact, I despise those who even try to look into my eyes to see what I am thinking. That dream is over, your yacht is sinking. I tell all of you, like I told all of them, what you say to me is just paper thin. Word. Kind of girl to try to play a man out. I take the money and again then break the hell out. No, that's not my strategy, not the game I play. I admit I play a game, but it's not done that way. Truly, when I get involved, I give it my heart. I mean, my mama sold my body, I mean every part. But if it doesn't work out, yo, it just doesn't. It wasn't meant to be, you know, it just wasn't. So I treat all of you like I treat all of them, and what you say to me is still paper thin. In one ear and right out the other. Hurdles mumble jumble. Lover, I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention. You ain't got the weight that it takes to look this.
Well, it was One of those days, not much to do. I was chilling downtown with my old school crew. I went into a store to buy a slice of pizza. I bumped into a girl. Her name was Mona. What? Mona Lisa. What? Mona Lisa, so many. You know what I'm saying? So I said, excuse me there. My gosh, you look nice. Put away your money. I'll buy a slice. She said, thanks. I'd rather a slice of you. I'm just kidding, but that's awfully nice of you. The compliment showed she had a mind in her. And when I smiled, I almost blinded her. She said, great Scott, are you a thief? Seems like you have a mouthful of gold teeth. Ha ha ha, I had to find that funny. So I said, no child, I work hard for the money. And calling me a thief, please. Don't even try it. Sit, I need to slice a pizza and be quiet. She almost got cut short. You know, scissor. She tried to disrespect who? The Grand Wizard. Me? What's your name, son? MC Ricky D, but not to be so harsh. I said, come on, Elite. Oh, I'm sorry, and I know that's low class. Please say something little about your past. She said, well, I got courage and I don't like orange. I've never been to college, but I've got crazy knowledge. Over 8, never hard
Now the party didn't start till I walked in, and I probably won't leave until the thing ends. But in the meantime and in between time, if you work your thing, then I work mine. We came here together so we could have fun. Me and you, baby, going one-on-one. Now this is the last chance for us to get off. So either get loose or you ought to get lost. Cause I'm just about ready to do my thing. Cause I'm a stone cold New York rap machine.
We got 2 more minutes
Baby, that's plenty. And
for this great musical break.
I'ma make you wet.
So glad to rock with y'all today, Gameheads.
You can get. Now,
Thank you for having me. My name is DJ Lady Ryan.
the rapper y'all love.
That's LADYRYAN, Ryan.
Now sit back, relax, put on your headgear. You ready for a trip through the atmosphere? Gonna take you for a ride through the Twilight Zone. I don't need a spaceship, I use my phone.
I don't care who's first or who last, but I know that y'all just better rock this at the drop of a dime, baby. I don't know what y'all gonna do with this, but it got to be funky. It got to be funky if you're gonna be on it. I don't care who start, I don't care what y'all do, but you got to be finished before the music is through.
Listen closely, so your attention's undivided. Many in the past have tried to do what I did. Just the way I came off then, I'm gonna come off stronger and longer, even with the trouble. I'll keep on flowing and flowing just like a river.
Yo, shout out to the old school, but especially shout out to the new school, okay?
Action is in effect and always
Music brings us together and gaming brings us together too.
I am the man in charge and I'm the planet.
Black power, black solidarity.
And my rhymes are
Much love, Gameheads. My name is Lady Ryan.
stay with you for a while.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let you force it, because it stays with you, my friend. And if you force it away, I'ma hit you again. I project my voice so it's right in the crowd. There's a sign at the door, no biting allowed. And if you didn't read it, I suggest you do so, or you'll be stranded, just like a Russo. Sleep if you wanna, go ahead, get some shut eye. A man broke his jaw trying to say what I say on the microphone. He should have left it alone, just for the record. Let it be known that my ego's only partially grown. And never would I ever condone fighting in any form. Yo, I'm only warm. That verse was the calm. Now here's the storm. Next up, yo, I believe that's me. Craig G, light up the mic for the symphony. This jam is dedicated to all unoptimistics that thought I wasn't coming out with some explosive rhymes. But that's alright, 'cause now I'm back to kill all the rumors and straighten the facts.
Thank you, Gameheads.
Like I always used to, but you jumped on the tip with the Herbie.
Wherever you might be during this time of quarantine, my name is Zoram, and I will be your MC for today. I want to start off by thanking you, DJ Lady Ryan, for that dope introduction. Alright, way to set off the program. And hello, and welcome everybody to the 6th annual Gameheads Student Showcase. I'm so excited to have all of you in our virtual space this year. I do miss seeing all of you live in person, but we are streaming on YouTube Live. We are streaming on Twitch, and we're all over your feed, alright? At #GameheadsLive, period. August is our favorite time of the year, and no, it's not because it's Leo and Virgo season, even though I really like y'all, but because, anybody want to guess? Anybody? We get to see what all the Gamehead students have come up with, and you get to hear directly from our very own up-and-coming game developers. What inspires them? what makes them move, why they do what they do, and, of course, how they do it. I want to thank all of our viewers for their continued interest in and support of us Gameheads. We really appreciate it, and it's what keeps us going, knowing that our work is actually supported. And a special thanks to our sponsors. These titans of the gaming industry have kept us going through a hell of a year. 2020, am I right? When it comes to sponsors, we have a lot, and that's dope. At the Gameheads level, we have Sledgehammer Games, Niantic Labs, Oculus, and Take-Two Interactive. At the champion level, we have Double Fine, Unbroken Studios, and Unity. And at our apprentice and noob levels, we have Big Fish and Mountaintop. Our work is literally only possible because of the support of tech industry leaders like yourselves. Thank you from all of us, staff, board, students at Gameheads. And to our loyal fans and viewers, you will get a chance to hear more from these dope sponsors about what the next generation of gaming looks like. Not only to them, but to the entire industry. And they'll talk about how they are supporting Gameheads to develop and shape the future of gaming. Now, we're almost ready for our program to begin. Just take a breather, chill, almost there. Over the next few hours, you will hear from 10 student teams. That's right, 10. Not 1, not 7, but 10. About the games they collaborated on over the summer, with some breaks for more sets from our DJs. Once the presentations have wrapped up, I will be interviewing more industry leaders that are committed to diversity and inclusion and technology, and their work to diversify video games. Make sure to follow along and post on your own social media using the hashtag GameheadsLive. Capital Live. Hashtag Gameheads, capital Live. Before we get into it, our fearless leader, co-founder, and executive director of Gameheads, Damon Packwood, has a few words. Take it away, Damon.
Thanks, Zoram, and thank you to our viewers. Your support means everything to Gameheads staff, mentors, and most especially the young people who are going to be presenting tonight. Now, I don't need to tell you how challenging of a year this has been, but we've taken it in stride. We're so proud of our pivot to a fully online program this year, a combination of game design development classes in 7 subject areas taught by an amazing network of professionals. And we moved
Hello, my name is Chun Tat Chan. I am the narrative and game designer for our team, Quarantine. This summer, we spent 12 weeks developing Confined Indoors, which is an isometric, narrative-driven life simulator. You play as a college student during shelter in place, struggling with time management between schoolwork, chores, and stress management. You might not have enough time to deal with everything, so you make the most of what you have. We were inspired by games such as Princess Maker for its interesting day-to-day cycle, and Monster Prom and The Yogg for their interactive take on narrative games.
Hey, thanks for helping. I'll let you decide what music we should listen to this week.
For me, personally, I wanted to create a fun experience out of these troubling times to remind people to not forget about their responsibilities, loved ones, and aspirations. Lastly, to remind people to have fun, especially during these difficult times. Confined Indoors is a funny and quirky game that talks about the struggles of staying on task under shelter in place. With so many distractions around us, the game discusses a topic of balancing life with work, social, and other responsibilities and obligations. I hope you'll enjoy our game. Thank you.
What's up, Gameheads? My name is James Lewis, and I'm a Senior Business Development Manager with Xbox, which means I have the distinct pleasure of speaking to studios and developers across the world about their games, their visions, and how I can help connect them to opportunities at Xbox and Microsoft. I'm also the co-lead for Blacks at Xbox, or BAX, and our mission is to connect, uplift, and grow the Black gaming community. So with those two things combined, I could not think of a better group of people to be speaking to today than you all. And I just want to let you know that I'm incredibly impressed, encouraged, and excited about the content that you're creating, the skills that you're gaining, and the impact that you're going to have on this industry. So really, I just want to leave you with words of encouragement that it's not only cool for you to get these skills and to go on and do these things, but it's necessary. Like the content, your perspective, you're needed in this industry. So continue to push on, learn those skills, find those opportunities, get the resources, get the things that you need to get so that you can come out, either start your own studio or go work with some of these awesome companies to make them better. But we need your voice, we need your experience, we need your passion in this industry. So I'm excited to see and hear and just experience the content that's coming from you all. And I look forward to working with you one day. So have fun, best of luck.
What's going on, world? My name is Chuck Johnson. I'm with the Ultimate Gaming League, as you see on my shirt. We're a black-owned e-gaming company based out of Oakland. Just wanted to come show some love to none other than Team Experimental Vibes, also based out of Oakland. Shout out to them for putting together the dope game they put together, which is known as Civil Matters. That's what's up.
Normally, I would be energetic. An individual who would cling on to positivity like a bee to a flower. This is the Gameheads showcase, and I can't be myself when America still has racist and oppressive issues left to deal with. My name doesn't matter. What does matter is just recently on August 23rd, Jacob Blake, a 29-year-old black male, was shot 7 times even though he did no threatening actions to 2 police officers. A human being, like the rest of us, is now paralyzed from the waist down with no conclusion as to whether or not it's permanent. Just 3 months ago, on almost the exact same day, we had George Floyd being murdered, saying he could not breathe. This list of unjust killings continues on with the many people I did not name. And genuinely, we felt stuck between this middle ground of being angry and being tired of seeing the same old cycle in our police system continue, which is why we made this game called Civil Matters. My team and I try to take as much real-world inspiration as possible, like the emotional tension between the police and the protesters, to showcase protest in a new perspective. Our feelings and choices during these protests play a major factor in how the media portrays us and how the city is left behind. And to be quite honest, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not going to tell you that this game will solve the issue or that things will get better. But what I can tell you is we need to stay strong. The next generation of game developers will try to address issues like this. By some miracle, we'll have some change in our system.
This is Rashad Reddick, Chief Creative Officer of Brassline Entertainment, and I want to introduce Brandon Charles in Oakland, California. Congratulations, my man. Stay inspired, keep hustling because hard work pays off.
Hello everyone, my name is Brandon Charles and I'll be presenting to you my game, Emergency Rescue. Emergency Rescue is a top-down 2D space shooter where you save survivors, unlock different weapon types, and destroy enemies. The reason I decided to make Emergency Rescue has to do with my history on past projects. I never felt like I was contributing enough from a game design and programming perspective, so this was a way to improve upon both of those skills. The main games I use as sources of inspiration were games like Hellstar and Loftrouser, which were useful for making sure I had intense enemy interactions, games like Android Assault Cactus, which were really useful for making sure each enemy interaction felt very unique and had different core loops, and then also games like Galaxy, which were useful for making sure movement in space felt unique and genuine. I think the unexpected high point of this entire project would be feeling myself getting better at programming, so the reason I decided to work on it was achieved. I got better at programming and game design. If you like space shooters, games set in space, or want to face challenging odds against an AI, follow me on Twitter at BrandonHRC to follow updates on Emergency Rescue. Thank you. Bye.
We are members of the development team at Unbroken Studios in Southern California.
Our team believes in the ideal of a wide diversity of development input, skills, and values.
We look to new and aspiring developers to break industry conventions and change how games are made.
We're proud to collaborate with Gameheads,
because the best way to share games with the world
is to invite more of the world to create games with us.
What's up, Gameheads? This is Steve Pierre, Community Manager and Circular Co-Lead over at Sony Interactive Entertainment San Diego Studio, and it is my honor to introduce to you a cat who goes by the name of Dario Quintero. Dario, show him what you got, man. Gameheads, keep up the good work.
I ain't no joke. I used to let the mic smoke. Now I slam it when I'm done and make sure.
Hi, I'm Dario Quintero, and I'm here to talk about my game Fallen Monuments. Fallen Monuments is a 2D side-scroller where the player is confronted with moving, destroying, or keeping historical statues based off of their controversial pasts. I wanted to have morally great decisions for the player to make. Based on the things this figure did, does the statue deserve to be kept up or taken down? I was partially influenced by The Witcher 3 for their interesting decisions. I was also influenced by the tearing down of Confederate statues at George Floyd protests, and I wanted to find the nuance, if any, of the situation. Through my research, I found out that the majority of these statues have no historical significance whatsoever, and were instead erected by hate groups during times of civil unrest, such as the 60s, to intimidate people of color. Initially, I was only focusing on Confederates. However, I expanded it to all historical American figures. Playing my game, you should expect light to be shed on interesting and controversial figures from America's past, in addition to tight, fast-paced gameplay, dodging mobs of counter-protesters left and right. Thanks for watching. Play my game on itch.io if you can, and I'll see you later. Bye.
Aloha, this is Greg Johnson coming to you from Maui, Hawaii, the city of Lahaina where I live. I run a small indie game studio called Human Nature Studios, and I am the creator of a series of games called Toe Jam and Earl. And today, I've been given the honor and the pleasure of introducing to you a group of young indie game developers called TMP, Too Many Programmers, who are working with Gameheads. I am so proud of you guys. I can't wait to see what you create going forward. Nice job. Mahalo.
Hello, we're Team Too Many Programmers, and I'm Jason, Project Manager and Programmer on the team. Ish is a 2D multi-environmental puzzle game that attempts to convey the tension of duality in regards to race, ethnicity, and culture. Our gameplay inspirations were Gris, Limbo, and Inside. Gris for its implicit and environmental storytelling, and Limbo and Inside for its amazing puzzle design. But the major reason we wanted to create Ish was our personal experiences. Most, if not all of us, struggled with our duality. Whether it's being mixed, having clashing cultures, or being a person of color in America, or all of the above. During the ideation process, we talked about our experiences and the journey it took to get to where we are right now. During production, though, we realized we had to have a clear narrative in order for us to get our game message across correctly. So we decided on the main character being a child of two tribes that are previously at war. As a child is outcasted by their tribes, they have to traverse a forgotten war zone in an attempt to find a place of acceptance. Thank you all for listening, and feel free to follow us on Twitter at @ishvideogame for more updates. Peace out.
Hi, my name is Kai Nayami, and I'm the creative director for Serpent Showdown. Serpent Showdown is a 3D arena fighter where you play as silly snakes dressed up in ridiculous armor, battling for the title of King Serpent.
My name is Kristen Nelson, and I'm the lead engineer on Serpent Showdown. Snakes and arts and crafts might seem impossible to put in a fighting game, but the team loved this idea. So we designed, tested, and iterated until we finally realized the wacky concept of snakes in cardboard armor play fighting in a classroom arena.
Hi, I'm Andre Pasquale, and I'm the lead designer on Serpent Showdown. As a fighting game fan, I have to say my favorite part about working on this project was playtesting with the rest of my teammates. It was really fun figuring out what worked and what didn't work, and what we could change to make the overall game a lot more enjoyable.
Serpent Showdown's development process definitely had its ups and downs. There were times where it was really tough. There were times when the team didn't know what to do and we didn't know how to go forward. But we pulled through and managed to make a really cool game. Classes actually went online about a month before our final deadline for the game, and so we actually had to pivot a lot of our content in order to make it work for an online environment. School is already so challenging just in and of itself, and with COVID, we didn't want to put any more stress on our teammates. From our art team, to our game design team, to engineering, to audio, to usability, to production, marketing, you name it. We really couldn't have made Serpent Showdown without each and every one of them.
It was an absolute blast to work on, and I hope you enjoy the game.
In the morning, when the sunrise, we'll be on it. Oh, I got 5, you know it's so live. Tell me when to go, baby, when we gon' slide, baby, when we gon' slide. Hey, hey. Up all night, baby, when we gon' slide. Oh, yeah, yeah, baby, when we gon' slide, 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 slide. If we on a run, nothing matters when we one-on-one. Looking at us cause we going dumb. We on the same wave, you the same way. You know I'll be down if it's with you. Where we going, baby, what's the move? We should take a trip up to the moon. Get a room, doing our thing, moving too fast. Candy paint with the windows all black, seats creme brulee. What they gon' say? With the top down, screaming money, anything. We up till 6 in the morning. When the sunrise, we'll be on it. Oh, I got 5, you know it's so live. Tell me when to go, baby, when we gon' slide, baby, when we gon' slide. Hey.
Hi, I'm Carl Bernardo, and I'm the Executive Director of Black & Gaming. I'm here to introduce Team High Siding for their entry this year. They've done an amazing job. I'm looking forward to see what these young people do in the future. Congratulations.
This year's High Siding team is composed of 7 Black developers, all utilizing their admiration for the Bay Area to create a game that represents the excitement and culture that take place at sideshow events. With that said, Hi-Fi Edition is a competitive PvP dance battle game where rather than fighting your opponent, You defeat them with moves that are original to the Bay, like turfing, smees, and going dumb. We went about creating our game within the environment of a sideshow because we are interested in the idea of taking something that has originally been categorized as illegal and imagining a space where events like doing donuts, ghost riding, and dancing can be within the realm of a competitive league. Our team went through a long process of familiarizing ourselves with the culture that we're trying to represent, and the research that we did allowed us to make informed decisions about the art of the game, the music, and the overall flow.
We're honored to be here. We're honored to be sponsors for Gameheads Showcase this year. Although we can't see you in person, we are just honored to be here and be able to see the wonderful games that you've created.
It was such a joy to help teach some classes this spring and this summer. I can't wait to see what the teams have put together.
Yeah, I had a chance to play through some, or actually all of the games in the Mentor Madness Showcase, and honestly, it was amazing to see such a diverse range of really, really awesome ideas. And, I think we need more of that. We need to see some really cool ideas that aren't part of the dominant, culture at the moment, and different perspectives and different, just really simply put, different ideas. We need more of that. So that's what we're here to help foster.
And again, we look forward to seeing all of your great creations. We're honored to be a sponsor, but we're also honored to be mentors. We're part of the family. Y'all can't get rid of us. So on to the next thing. But again, Niantic is excited to be here. Take care.
Hi everybody, my name is Trinidad from Niantic. I'm the head of diversity and inclusion, and I'm honored to represent and introduce you to Team Aurora from Gameheads. It's not every day that you get a full team of phenomenal young women who are here to change the game, every single pun intended. So without further ado, Team Aurora. Woo woo.
Hi everyone, I'm Jessica, the lead narrative designer for Team Aurora, and this is our game, Don't Walk Alone. Don't Walk Alone is a 2D side-scroller with dialogue-based combat that conveys themes of resilience and empowerment to encourage the player to defeat misogyny and street harassment through wit, sass, and clapbacks. We wanted to find a way to convey the types of harassment that women go through in a more escapist, fantastical setting rather than sobering reality. We originally planned Don't Walk Alone to be a stealth game where the player was encouraged to avoid all confrontation. But we originally scrapped that idea in exchange for a battle system that focused more on the power of words than the power of actions. If at least one person enjoys verbally beating up catcallers, then we've done our job properly. Have fun. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Katie Kachuk. I am the Executive Director of GamerX. Today, I am proud to introduce Team We on X Games Mode from Gameheads. They're a group of talented designers from the Bay Area and New York who are definitely going places. I am excited to see what they're showing off today and what they make in the future.
Hey y'all, we're Team We on X Games Mode, and we're coming at you with our game, Stratum. Stratum is a 2D, oh my god, I was in gallery mode. Stratum is a 2D action-adventure beat-em-up that fuses rhythm with capoeira combat in a magical dystopia.
For Stratum, we wanted to present our message through a mixed media style using comics like those in What Remains of Edith Finch.
For a 7-member team, which is considered to be a lot in Gameheads, we had made it with 3 artists, 3 programmers, and 1 narrative designer. This allowed us to apply extra detail into our game mechanics / feel, as well as our artwork.
As Casey mentioned earlier, we're a driven team of underrepresented nerds of color. And more than just the narrative direction, I think our collective identity really helped shape our game's overall design and mechanics as well. Trust me, feelings will be felt. And we'd love to hear about it. So check us out on Twitter. And we hope you all enjoy our game.
Hey, my name is Gabe Hernandez, brand strategist at Sledgehammer Games. We're so excited to partner with Gameheads for the 6th annual Student Showcase and can't wait to see what the students have been cooking up this summer. We at Sledgehammer Games are so honored to fight the good fight with you all so we can see more diversity in our industry now and forever. We believe that it isn't enough to hope for change, but it is the responsibility of those who want the change to lead the way. We want change. We want progress. And we're with you.
Hello, my name is Darren Cook, and I am a veteran from one of this year's projects, High Side and the Hyphy Edition. From all the students and myself personally, we want to thank all the mentors because without any of you, we wouldn't be able to make these projects that you see today. However, due to COVID, we can't really physically give you guys a gift, so we kind of came up with a plan B. We hope that you guys enjoy it, and it should be in your emails about now. We hope that you guys enjoy it, and thank you again. We hope that you guys understand how much we appreciate, and thank you for all your help.
Hi, I'm Caleb Epps. I'm a sound design manager at Facebook. I'm here to introduce you to Team Ravens from Oakland, California. Now, Ravens, they're telling stories that come from their perspective, from their block. And those are the types of games that I want to play. Check it.
Hello everybody, my name is Adrian Wagner and I am the project manager for Down the Street. Our game is a suspenseful puzzle platformer that takes the role of a young child trying to get home while in the middle of a protest.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
We wanted to focus on the sounds and the powerful voices coming from the movement to reflect on what happened earlier this year. What makes our game stand out is that we didn't go for something visually powerful, but something that speaks louder.
Hi everyone, my name is Elaine Gomez. I'm game designer at Elaine Media and co-founder of Latinx in Gaming. I want to introduce Team Bruja Bros from Gameheads. I'm really excited to see a team made up of young women of color like yourselves, making a beautiful and meaningful game that has so much potential. I'm wishing you all the best.
Hello, I'm Bae, and I'm one of the members of the fully Femmes of Color team responsible for the game, Camino. Camino is a 2D side-scrolling stealth game with Afro-surrealist elements that challenges the player to carefully manage resources and call upon the powers of the Orishas in order to survive the onslaught of colonization.
Hello, I'm Marisa. I'm the narrative designer and one of the artists for Camino. The Orishas are deities of Santeria, a pantheistic Afro-Cuban religion. Elaguas serves as your guide for this game, providing advice and access to his divine powers from his saint stones. Oshun is the maiden Orisha of femininity in rivers, who protects our protagonist by putting out fires.
Shango, the Orisha of thunder, arms our protagonist with the power of lightning. Our main character, Toye, comes from another hard day of labor to find that their mother is being sold off to another plantation. They reach out to grab their mother's bracelet, and it breaks, leaving a trail of shells for them to follow. You'll have to play the game to find out what happens next.
Yo, thank you, Bruja Bros. I can't wait to try out Camino for myself. Seriously, Boo Boo on some colonizers? Like, why not? As you heard, lots of these games are going to be available for purchase soon. So buy them when you get the chance to support emerging game designers. Make sure to follow us at We Are Gameheads or check out our website for the latest updates on our programs. And thank you again to our sponsors, Sledgehammer Games, Niantic Labs, Oculus, Take-Two Interactive, Double Fine, Unbroken Studios, Unity, Big Fish, and Mountaintop. We couldn't have done it without you. Seriously. Well, that's all I got. Damon, do you want to close this out? Well, if you don't, I don't mind just, talking, chatting away. I have 4 last names. Tomas Mercado Ruiz Oviedo. I have a dope mother. I love her very much. Shout out.
Okay, everyone, give Zurum a virtual round of applause. Thank you for taking us through this event and helping keep us on track this summer, sir.
I have a beautiful girlfriend, Jennifer Valencia. She's a Capricorn.
Before I hand it back to our DJ, mentors, and you all know who you are. Your dedication is what sets Gameheads and the success of our students apart. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Also, thank you so much to all of our incredible sponsors this year. And thank you to all the people out there. Thank you for joining us tonight. And you can partner with us too. Hit us up with your ideas on how to support the next generation of tech titans and leaders. The future of the game industry is absolutely in color. And stay tuned for applications opening up. We're going to be accepting students in the fall for our 2021 cohort. So make sure to stay tuned after our virtual dance party for the after party, where we have more industry partners, supporters, and you'll get a chance to hear from some of our students and their process working on the games. But before anything happens, I just want to hand it over to the man, DJ D Sharp. Take us out.
All right, so there we have it. We got the entire catalog of Gameheads 2020 video games. We got 10. And this year we had quite diverse categories, about dual identities, being Mexican American, being Afro-Cuban, you know. It's very important to showcase light to these types of topics, especially during this time, you know, Afro-Cubans, a lot of Latinos forget about Afro-Latinos, especially Mexicans. I'm Mexican myself, and this is something that I'm trying to decolonize and, you know, trying to really understand how anti-blackness has been embedded into our society, you know. And I think the games that these students are making are phenomenal. Like, these should have existed a long time ago, and well, yeah. Another one that stood out to me is that just stood out to me was Dario's game, Fallen Monuments, the one about destroying, keeping, or moving the monuments to the museum. And this is something that sparks conversation. You know, why are people mad? Why are people in America mad about some of these monuments? You know, what do they represent? What do they remind them? Different people, different cultures. It's just a very diverse country, so everybody has a different perspective. And I think it's important for us to keep an open mind, stay mindful about people's ancestry, about their history, about what their peoples have gone through. And Gameheads is constantly trying to do that through video games. In the past, we've had like games about mental illness, about the LGBTQ community, about how students, people have to hide themselves behind a mask when their families and their environment are anti-LGBTQ. I want to emphasize using pronouns. Pronouns are something that I think the modern generation are adapting to, but there needs to be a little bit more effort. He, him, his, versus she, her, versus they, them. If you don't know someone's pronoun, just ask them. Or to be safe, just say they, them. When you see someone walking down the street and you want to say, do you say I like his hat? Do you say I like her hat? Or do you say I like their hat? There's nothing very different. Just play it safe. Why not? And if you do say the wrong pronoun, and they correct you, don't apologize. That's weird to apologize when someone's correcting you on their identity. Just say thank you for the education, and I'm working on it. And then don't lie to yourself. Make sure you're not lying to yourself. Make sure you're actually making an effort to make the environment a safer place for everybody. Be inclusive. And this is something that I've seen the tech industry practice. Throwback to conferences, GDC, VRDC, Oculus, OC5. They all have name tags, and they have the option of inputting him, his, in parentheses, their pronouns, their preferred pronouns. And this is important because, it's all about networking at these conferences, and you don't want to start off a conversation with the wrong name, with the wrong identity, like that's just, and even if you have cis pronouns are what the pronouns that you're born with, even if you have them, make sure you say it out loud, because then that creates a safe environment for everybody. If everybody is using these practices, why not? Why not everybody be inclusive and be LGBTQ friendly? It's good to just educate yourself and respect it. Gameheads also has talked about mental illness. Mental illness is something that everybody struggles with. Everybody is struggling during these days. And part of the struggle is just understanding it. Understanding why people might be dismotivated, why they're depressed. My family has suffered through mental illness, and it actually takes a toll because the environment is unhealthy. You can't really have an academic environment, a sustainable working environment. And that's something that we all need to, take care of. Make sure you have rest, you eat, you sleep, take walks, and sometimes you have to let go. You have to let go of the toxic environment and focus on yourself. Sometimes that's all it takes. And I actually made a game. I was talking about this at the beginning of the showcase about Nobody's Home. Nobody's Home was exactly that. It was about using your escape mechanisms, whether it's walking, reading, playing video games, sleeping. So yeah, using your escape to help you uplift and inspire you. And for a lot of these students, that's video games. I've seen these students play video games, analyze them, point out things that are like crazy. Like I can't keep up when these students talk about video games. And then they have like libraries in their head. Like if I ask them, what's your favorite top-down shooter? Bam. If I ask them, what's your favorite, I don't know, like what's your favorite mechanic? And they'll say like some video game I've never heard of. These students study games like on a daily, and they study the messages, the feel of the player, as well as the feel of the gameplay. And I think these students are going to take a jump in the tech industry. And I think every year, I'm always impressed. Every year, they impress me with their new ideas. And it's just like we're evolving, and we're going to help the tech industry evolve. And that's what it's about. It's about using video games as an educational tool. Imagine if your homework was in high school, like they asked you to play a video game and analyze it, and instead of reading a book, instead of watching a movie, it's a video game. Analyze how the video game make you feel. What conversations mentally were you having while you were playing? I think there's a lot of potential when it comes to these games. Another game that like a demographic that needs to be uplifted as well is the indigenous people. They were like over 80% of them were killed during colonization. But there's still tribes out there that are very much existing and striving and working to make sure that their presence is known. Sometimes in the history we talk about as if they don't exist. Like they very much do exist. I mean, they're definitely depleted because of white supremacy and colonization and whatnot. But it's important to make sure they remember. I'm hoping that I can interview during the after party editor, scriptwriter from Mulaka. Mulaka it's a game about the indigenous tribe in Chihuahua, and it it kind of takes I don't even know I'm not a big gamer. I think it's an MMO or like not an MMO. It's kind of like RPG. And it's very nice. It talks about the powers and the god and the culture, and you actually learn as you're playing because you have to go and find these weapons, you have to find these powers and evolve with the game, and it teaches you about indigenous culture, to the tribe that originated from Chihuahua, Mexico. And these games, it's like in 20 years from now, these type of games are going to be like relics about society, about, they're going to be, essentially we could reference these games and say society was dealing with X, Y, and Z during this time. I mean, during quarantine, during 2020, one of the teams literally made a game called, what was it called? By Quarantine? I don't know, but what was that game called? By Quarantine, but they were balancing out stress, hygiene, and making sure that you're keeping up with school. And that's something that we're all struggling with right now. We're stuck indoors, we have a lot of time on our hands, but what are we really doing with our time? That's a question that we've all been asking ourselves. Sometimes we stay up late and hear the birds chirping at 5 a.m. And you should ask yourself, are you keeping up with your mental health? Are you keeping up with your hygiene? Are you keeping up with your academics? Are you keeping up with work? Are you keeping up with family? Like, are you calling your moms? Are you calling your dads? You taking showers? You brushing your teeth? You reading that book? You taking that quiz? Yeah, 2020 has been a ride for sure, and it's not over. It's not over. It's almost over. Not yet. I'm kind of afraid of 2020 being over because then we have to admit that 2021. And I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. 2021 is kind of scary, especially with the elections. Who knows what's going to happen? That's scary just to think about. Make sure you vote. For real, make sure you vote. Seriously. Make sure you go out and vote. Education, not only like for the presidency, but also for local government. Because that's where a lot of the change starts, in local government. And yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody. I appreciate you standing by and listening to my rant and making sure that we're all here for the right reasons. But of course, we're all waiting for DJ D Sharp. And without further ado, let's go ahead and bring him in. All right. Okay.
When I put my hammer strap, I'm smoking purpose, sipping yak. Inhale out, I'm priming team miss, causing asthma attacks. Hitting niggas, taking early phase, got backs direct the scene. Shoot 'em with cannon, so how you gonna relating the sizzle. In that cutter, look for doing my business. Owen, drinking, throwing up the hood. Solo, but on the low, my butt. Doing hella. At one time, my definition of hyphy man is isn't. I'm in the building and I'm feeling like R.I.P. to the Mac, the R.E. So don't stop. Keep it going. Some Oakland, if you Oakland, 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 Oakland. 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 When I put my hammer strap, I'm smoking purpose, sipping yak. Inhale out, I'm priming team miss, causing asthma attacks. Hitting niggas, taking early phase, got backs direct the scene. Shoot 'em with cannon, so how you gonna relating the sizzle. In that cutter, look for doing my business. Owen, drinking, throwing up the hood. Solo, but on the low, my butt. Doing hella. At one time, my definition of hyphy man is isn't. I'm in the building and I'm feeling like R.I.P. to the Mac, the R.E. So don't stop. Keep it going. With some privilege in the back, blowing. Hold it down for the Bay, reppin' Oakland. Hold it down for the Bay. Hold it down for the hold it down for the Bay, reppin' Oakland. If it wasn't for that granddaddy smoking, that's what I mean. For sure, know what I mean. Sheets, know what I mean. For sure, know what I mean. Sheets, know what I mean. For sure, know what I mean. Sheets, know what I mean. For sure, know what I mean. Sheets. I don't put that on, that's my word. 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 Door lost you, but if I lost you, you're still with me. But seeking, kicking and sneaking, all in the dog, the nappy frog still freaking. On beats, beneath the senoritas, turn it to a left, the way they still on feature. I see my in the traffic, what's up? Brother body, first cut, rush buddy. I'm the big, the husky, brusky, quarterback and trust me, grab the rush. Color purple, still in the street, it's ugly. I don't know you, but you loving me, fresher than Doug E. Look over the rap game, done the meat, so long, run the beat. Here comes the truth, nigga, self-talk, do it technique, nothing like self-talk, do on it. This what it's straight out that I mean for sure. What I mean for sheets. What I mean for sure. Know what I mean for sheets. What I mean for sure. Know what I mean for sheets. What I mean for sure. Know what I mean for sheets. I don't put that on, that's my word. 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 Hand down, hands up, hand down, hands up, hand down, hands up, hand down, hands up. Hand down, hands up, hand down.
That's the anthem, get your damn hands up. That's the anthem, get your damn hands up.
Hands up, hand down, hands up, hand down.
Like this. That's the anthem, get your damn hands up. That's the anthem, get your damn hands up.
Yeah, what I said, so, yeah. Get a heart in your answer. He's young. He's young. Get a heart in your answer. Get a heart in your answer. Get a heart in your answer.
Everybody put your hands up. Everybody put your hands up.
Hands up, hand down.
He found it. You know, he found. He don't give a fuck about no ho or no bro, no homo. That hating on my mojo. That's why I told a fofo and be bolo. He found it. He found it. He fought it. You know. He don't no ho or no bro, no homo. That hating on my mojo. That's why I told a fofo and be bolo. I'm working off this landy and I'm hoping I don't yodo. Toto, sick with it logo on my photo. I drive it like a solo. Tonight I got a shoto and I'm finna see some moto. If the popo pull me over, they gon' ask me for my photo. ID, hail, yo, Coco, scared, yeah, Billy Club, Choco. If I need bill, I'ma get it from a bro. My black chick a 10 and my Latin is a ocho. My white booch is so-so. My Asian is yo. I'm mobile, I'm global, I'm mogul, I'm local. Not local, but local. I'm crazy, I'm far out. Like,
He don't give a It's that top, take it to the top. You already know. He don't give
Try this, guaranteed turn square to
1 2 1 2 1 2.
You ain't down. I ain't got time for playing.
Let's go.
We out here trying to function. We out here trying to function. We out here trying to function. We out here
What up, Gameheads? Hey. I hope it sounded right. Let's go. I'm just trying to function. DJ D Sharp, come on.
we out here trying to function, dude. You fucked off my high, get about my mix. You messing up my vibe, I'm trying to get some crap. Put it in my ride, take it to the red. I'm toasting this sloppy off of a broccoli, Bacardi, 150 watt out my body, about that green like wasabi. Like in Bari, we mobby, we bossy back to fuck off. Getting money, my hobby, not getting money. It's not me, it's the rappers I listen to, is E40 and Pop. I'm having my revenue play, I having this guap and this guap. Man, I stay laced and groom, I spray myself with sucker repellent. My lip, not perfume, not anything you got. I can sell with a hustler, think I can't. Use the gas, sell the White House black paint. Black word candy. SLANG. Thinking about taking $1 million insurance policy out of my mouth.
Hey, try this. Guaranteed turn square to a Bible. You ain't down. I ain't got time for playing. I'm just saying, man, we out here trying to function. 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 I ain't got time for playing. I'm just saying, man, we out here trying to function. 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 I ain't got time for playing. I'm just saying, man, we out here trying to function.
Going back to the bay. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'm going back to the bay. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'm going back to the bay. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'm going back to the bay. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'm going back to the bay. To the bay. To the bay.
Y'all know what?
Fair.
I go with a little DJ master like this. Let's go. Top play area. Let's go.
Stab it. Flying there. Louis down. Keep the K on me, we don't play around. Pull up to your black, let off rounds. Run up in your spot, lay it down. Cause I'm really from Oakland, no. 700, I'm from Oakland. East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland. But like Mary got the pitched out.
Turned up, swag down. No, Norty, keep the 4 pound. This the life in the East, man, it goes down. Band up, all my grind, foreign now. Cause we really from Oakland, no. 9-0 at the trap, we was flexing, ho. East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland. Alameda got the pink style.
Cause I'm really from Oakland now. Cause I'm really from Oakland now. Cause I'm really from Oakland now. Cause I'm really from Oakland now.
cause I'm really from Oakland now. Cause I'm really from Oakland now. East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland. But like Mary got the big style. On some money, this is Oakland. Stay right across the street, but we funky. Ain't he mad cause I'm fucking on this X? My nigga Latin put 12 in his Lexus. I'm really from Oakland now. You know I love a hood. Jump from Oakland, East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland, Frisco got the big style.
10-3, Byron. That's where it all started. I was my Mac Mob C, had a real shot in young getting money talking comedy. Cause I'm really from Oakland, no. The ENT, that'll smoke you, ho. East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland. But San Jose got the big style.
Cause I'm really from Oakland now. 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 East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland. But like Mary got the big style.
Rest in peace, Lonnie.
Everybody say Warriors. Yeah. Good nation. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Everybody say Warriors.
Yeah, the shit goes stupid. It's big spitz, bitch, and I'm here going Cupid. Shooting up arrows in your little bitch, wow. It's big spitz, bitch, I need 10,000. Yeah, the shit goes stupid. It's big spitz, bitch, and I'm here going Cupid. Shooting up arrows in your little bitch, wow. It's big spitz, bitch, I need 10,000. Yeah, the shit goes stupid. It's big spitz, bitch, and I'm here going Cupid. Shooting up arrows in your little bitch, wow. It's big spitz, bitch, I need 10,000. Yeah, the shit goes stupid. It's big spitz, bitch, and I'm here going Cupid. Shooting up arrows in your little bitch, wow. It's big spitz, bitch, I need 10,000.
I got my second win, pimp. E40. I got my second win. Sit with a DMA. Talk to him, pimp. Warner Brothers. Up with it, pimp. Talk to him, pimp. Up with it, pimp. Heavyweight. A vet, not an amateur. Suited up, I push pies like Marie Callen. What you gonna do? Suited up if I must. Take over shop, get out the car and walk and sneak up on partner and do a dome shot. Then I blend into the crowd. Hang with a bunch of hot heads, super hypey and wild. Tell your best to stop asking about a player, inquiring about a player. Can't open right now, later. I'm busy getting my paper and riding around in my scraper, interacting, networking, and campaigning like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like McCormick's, I'm seasoned. I run my read. Y'all think I'm starving? Hell no, nigga, I'm eating. We eat. They barking like Dino lying and cheating. Keep jacking my language, but these rappers don't end up leaking. Like that. Tell the people that phony water is back. Like that. Tell the people that phony water is back. Like that. Tell the people that phony water is back. Like that.
Join Spence, this makes sense. You hear me? Who did the beat? That's it. Hey. When I pull up in that old school, that's him. It was sitting on gold shoes, that's him. When I jumped up with that bad, that's her. Pretty face in her thick, that's her. Big diamonds on my neck shining, that's him. We be neighborhood big time, that's him. Dope bear we designing, that's him. Is that be whining? That's them. Got a brand new Maserati. That's him. I'm the life for the whole party. That's him. When the hood slide up, they be like, that's them. Throw the north side up. That's them. Check came in the mail. That's him. New kicks by Chanel. That's him. Real never fail. That's him. Acting like a female. that's them. If you really see something you like, that's him. If it's something that brings joy to your life, that's him. Big diamonds and they colder than ice, that's him. Big whips, big boats and bikes, that's him. 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 I just got the blue face rolling. That's him. And you know what everybody told me? That's him. Dope bear, keep it litty. That's him. Who the mayor of the city? That's him. Looking fresh with a lineup. That's him. All I wear is designer. That's him. I keep money on my mind, bro. That's him. And it's a must I remind ya. That's him. Now when she sliding down the pole, that's her. Got the attention of my bros. That's her. How this new drip look on me? That's him. 100 blue strips to book on me. That's him. Fresh out the shop with that candy paint. That's him. So sweet to make your granny faint. That's him. All I do is make anthems. That's him. Now everybody put your hands up. That's him. If you really see something you like, that's him. If it's something that brings joy to your life, that's him. Big diamonds and they colder than ice, that's him. Big whips, big boats and bikes, that's him. 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 That's him.
The way you shake your booty, make me want your booty. The way you shake your booty. Strip club clothes, only way to see some more. You gotta click the link in the bio. What's your page? I know you post pics. I see the pole, but can you do some pole tricks? Baby, back that feel like we in 06. If it's a vibe, I subscribe to the whole. I don't need a tease, girl, go ahead and drop it. Shorty by the bag, how she charging by the topic. Baby got, but I don't even notice.
Man, that's too much. I can't focus. You the realest, I done see me some bogus. If you bring a friend, you know you get a bonus. Bend it over, make it nice, you touch your toes. Got him going crazy with the poses. I swear to God, I'm smelling just like roses. The way that squirt, I'm feeling just like Moses. One shows up right, baby, and you know this. I'm cashing out on baby like a lotion, damn.
Strip club clothes, only way to see some more. Gotta click the link in the bio. Cash going crazy. I've been tipping all week. Every post ever clapping cheeks. One chance and I'm in that thing for weeks. She got that, I can see it in my sleep. My head Dutch, got a Dutch, I'm trying to see it roll. And if I hit it from the back, I'm standing on my toes. 54 a month, I'm hoping that your page exclusive. And I ain't subbing to you if you are not a new. Her page do numbers. Work wonder. Playing with herself with toys and cucumbers.
Strip club clothes, only way to see some home. Gotta click the link in the bio.
Wanna ball like us, shot call like us, do them all like us. Wanna ball like us. Wanna ball like us, shot. Wanna ball like us. Wanna ball like us. Wanna ball like us, shot call like us, us. Wanna ball like us, shot call like us, do them all like us. Pull up in an all black truck with the off-white vest, ball like rust. Made it on time, no rush. Might come close, but it's not quite us. Ay, like us, like us. Ay, like us, like us. Set her free, she got took without a ransom. Free, top of the line about an anthem. Me and Sue, Nick off top, another anthem. New Nick in the look off shit I've been through. I ain't tryna hear that. You better shake some. Hard times came up broke, I had to break some. Hopped out, been outside with all my day ones. All I know is get that dough until my day comes. Wanna ball like us, shot call like us, do them all like us. Pull up in an all black truck with the off-white vest, ball like rust. Waiting on time, no rush. Might come close, but it's not quite us. Ay, like us, like us. Ay, like us.
I'm a big dog, baby, I'm a buck back, got a bad, with her own rack. They don't like it, tell them that. Whoa, cut strong, catch your contact.
Wanna talk to me, can't contact. Hit my for the plug, keep the contact. And we only do big contracts. Whoa, Kush strong, catch your contact.
Big 40s in a big Draco. 3 more millions when you ask how my day go. Put up a phone, not a blueberry fango.
to the joints. 2 small bands just to take you out real quick. 3 more. Pull up off this, that's how it goes. Big bands, I'm coming straight. 1 bad, if she do it, I say so. 2 big 40s and a big Draco. 3 more millions when you ask how my day go. Poured up a phone, not a blueberry fango. 1 false move and we straight to the joints. 2 small bands just to take you out real quick. 3 more. Pull up off this, that's how it goes.
I don't wanna know to get it poppin'. Hey, but they watch, don't gotta hush. Yeah, do the work on clock.
Time to bring the bass bird. Tequila, time to bring the bass bird.
Know to get it.
Tequila, time to bring the bass bird.
I don't wanna know to get it poppin'. Hey, but they watch, don't gotta hush. Yeah, do the work on clocking. Tell me I'm toxic, I'm different, adopted. I'ma make it hot like I'm rhyming, ball like I'm climbing. I make big deposits. Every time I talk, I just pop tucked. I was locked in the back with the mob stick. I know why they wanna go against me. Gas never empty, I know why they envy. Cars for a boss, expensive. Portion the engine, you can't get a mention. Tell her back, keep your distance. Could get risky, I don't want a whiskey. Hold on my neck, she can miss it. Out like a twisty dip, not to watch me dip. I can't miss it. It's my shit, they give me lit. Watch me dip, I can't miss it. It's my shit, they give me lit. Yeah. Okay. All I do is gas, propane. Oh yeah. Okay. All I do is gas, propane. Hey. Do a lot of numbers like Verizon. I'm dodging the racks, be the top. Still got the birds in the block, like I don't got no currency. Lit like a mosh pit. I've been in my bag like I hopped it. Trust me, I knocked them. I popped and it shocked it. Everywhere I go, got a rocket. Freak up a stock, and she say I'm obnoxious. Missing Casamigos with the simply. Going off the liquid, wholesale and gifted. Touch a lot of chicken and crispy. Guys, I'm 60. I'm playing with a pinch beat. No, you couldn't be me if you wished it. God gave me flipped it, turned to a kingpin. Get a real one, say it's different. Bad like a misfit. Cash like watch me dip. I can't miss it. It's my shit, they give me lit. Watch me dip. I can't miss it. It's my shit, they give me lit. Yeah. Okay. All I do is gas, propane. Oh yeah. Okay.
I tell them, slow down. No, you can't catch me. I'm on too fast on the gas, don't chase me. Slow down. Slow down. I tell them, slow down. No, you can't catch me. I'm on too fast on the gas, don't chase me. Slow down. Slow down. I tell them, I'm on the case getting sideways. $4.45 on the highway. You know a nigga say to state on a dolo mission. I got a date with the cake. Wide awoke, 3 a.m. Probably touch down when the sun come in. When them guards hit the gate, I'll be tired as fuck after that 8-hour race. I come from the land where we swing our cars. Figure 8 dance, concretely Mars. Call it paying, supercharged. Back-to-back race the Benz with the photo Porsche. I'm tearing up ties in this luxury. Hella smoke, so she wanna fuck with me. Money on my mind, ain't nothing for free. Trying to keep up with me, but it's nothing to me. I tell them, slow down. Yeah. No, you can't catch me. I'm on too fast on the gas, don't chase me. Slow down. Good money. Slow down. I tell them, slow down. You know you can't catch me. I'm on too fast on the gas, don't chase me. Slow down. You know you can't catch me. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down.
Now my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Now my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Now my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Wear a coat right so my Vans look cleaner. Now my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Now my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Now my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Wear a coat right so my Vans look cleaner.
Got my Vans on, finna walk out the door. Put 5 on the grape, so you know I'm gon' blow. Got the new pack shoe, bought it right out the door. Holla at the dope girls, dope boys, all go. Man, if you really tight, then you gotta give advantage. See me in the club, I'm a grown man. If you see me at a party, then it must be crack. Cost $36, all black. Yes, like my niggas make slap, and we get close, man. Coke whites, cause my Vans can go. Got new top sellers, finna fly like kites. Go sleep in the day, go to parties at night. Man, I'm from B-Town, all my niggas get light. Man, we be sporting Vans and we throw away Nikes. If you wanna get right, stop buying those Nikes. It's a new Vans, you bet you look icy. Hey.
Now my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Wearing coat right, but my Vans look cleaner. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Wearing coat right, but my Vans.
Yep. Pull up in the thing and
The mechanics.
415s humping. Pulled up to the spot, start humping. Pull out the long thing, start dumping. Left on the sidewalk, humping. 415s humping. Pulled up, all the start humping. Whipped out a long thing, start dumping. Left him on the concrete, straight humping. Yo.
I'm the fucking man, y'all don't get it, do you? Type of money, everybody acting like they knew ya. Go uptown, New York City. Some Spanish girls love me like I'm out with Twitter. Tell Uncle Luke I'm out in Miami too. Clubbing hard, fucking women, they ain't much to do. Wrist playing, got a condo up on Biscayne. Still getting brain from a thing, ain't changed. How you feel, how you feel, how you feel? 25 sitting on 25 mil, I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. I'm in the building, I'm in the building. I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'ma do it for the bay. 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 I'ma pay. I'ma pay. I'ma pay. I'ma pay.
I go on and on. Can't understand how I last so long. I must have superpowers. Rap 225,000 hours. Get a calculator, do the math. I made 1,000 songs that made you move your. And for the last 300 months, I made 16 albums with me on the front, and they bump. Where you get your beats? I heard 93 rappers say like me. 2 singers and 10 comedians, and I'm still gonna yell it every time you see me in. What's my favorite word? Why they gotta say it like short? You know they can't play on my court, can't hang with the big dogs, stay on the porch. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Where you get that from? Grab a mic, spit one. Let me that MC 8-Ball and MJG. Keep spitting that B to the IMP. Bun B, that's Texas, baby. Ballin' G, that's Memphis, baby. Short dog, that's Oakland, baby. Short dog, that's Oakland, baby. Ain't nothing but pimpin' these days, G. My C got locked up, but these real still know they got to give a what you say. Short dog with UGK. Do you really wanna be like me? Spit game like Snoop and TIP. Pretty girls in the VIP, they came with Dre. They don't need ID. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle.
Low bass, fat, baby, tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. Diamonds dancing on your neck, better tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. Getting money, get rich, baby, tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. MLB, icy gang, better tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. Wrist on glitter, waist on thinner. I'ma show you how to bag an 8-figure. Face on zaddy, pockets on jigger. You better get the card and make it swipe like Tinder. Private villa in the fire chinchilla. When he post me, all the get sicker. Or a killer, I don't need fillers. Never been a lame, so the real chicks feel it. Daddy on the FaceTime, you can never take mine. End up on a date line, Rich with no day job, get your wop. Always on the court side, Billionaire boys wanna eat out. Shot from the West Coast, they wanna go down south. All these lame little rappers tryna fuck clout. I won't let him hit, but he can put it in his mouth. Low waist, fat, baby, tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. Diamonds dancing on your neck, better tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. Getting money, get rich, baby, tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. MLB, icy gang, better tap in. Yeah, tap, 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 got it.
All the sights make my neck hit.
D sharp in the mix, bout to turn it up real quick. D sharp in the mix, bout to turn it up real quick. D sharp in the mix, bout to turn it up real. D sharp in the mix, bout to turn it up. D sharp in the mix, bout to turn it up real quick. All this cash on the floor, I can't even see my section. So baby, come set that booty, make it fit like it's Tetris. Baby, I know you get the message, so quit playing when you're young. Sharp, sharp, don't turn it up. D sharp, don't turn it up. D sharp, don't turn it up. D sharp, D sharp, D sharp, don't turn it up. D sharp, don't turn it up. D sharp, don't turn it like yeah. That golden blue, we can't get enough. That golden blue, we can't get enough. That golden blue, we can't get enough. Booty like what? Turn it up. You like Patron mixed with Henny in your cup. You said working 9 to 5, not enough. So you 10 to 2 a.m. in the club. Cash like what? Turn it up. All these ones on the floor mixed with dubs. You say you looking for a baller, not a scrub. Whoever throw the most money showing love. So let it young, come and handle it. Booty so big and keep my hands off it. Up and down the pole, got me fantasy. In the back of the coupe, let me play with it. All up on the stage, when you start with your time. Girl, I ain't leaving till the panties drop. All this money everywhere, that you thinking a lot. Cause you living la vida loca.
Let's go.
Make my neck hit.
Hey.
Too much money in my hand, looking like a flexing.
Shout out all the Gameheads. What's going on?
All this cash on the floor, I can't even see my section.
Yes, yes,
so
yes.
Baby, come set that booty, make it fit like it's Tetris. Baby, I know you get the message, so quit playing with it, young. Like, yeah. D sharp, don't turn it up. D sharp, don't turn it up. D sharp, don't turn it like, yeah. That golden blue, we can't get enough. That golden blue, we can't get enough. Get enough, get enough, get enough, get enough.
It's game time. It's game time. It's game time. Shout out to all the gamers. Let's go.
Long live Lil Tunchi, I'm young with money. Baby, I'm the shit, but I don't see no flies on me. She gon' fly to me for little or no money. Yeah, I'm 25, but I go 18 dummy. Yeah, the flow mean, but it's hard to act friendly. Walk in the building and it turn into a frenzy. Real life Mac, I won't take that girl to Wendy's. Then give her this dip, why you keep it Disney? And I'm like, hey, that's what we say. Shorty thick like she came from the Peach State. And my squad, HBK, she gon' scream for me like she won a sweepstakes. It's no love for the fake, high five for my real niggas. You know I'm a high prize, so you little niggas. Still rich man like some high fries in a dill pickle. Gotta watch out for them demons cause they will. Let me get them. Let me get them. I got them.
Just get them. Let me get them. I got them.
Let me get them.
Let me get them.
Let me get them.
I got them.
Let me get them.
Hey.
Get them. It's game time.
Game time.
I got them.
It's game time.
I got them. It's game time. Game time. Game time.
It's game time. Thank y'all for having me, man. Y'all have some fun out there. DJ D Sharp 1212. We love y'all.
Yo, yo, yo. How you guys doing? How you guys doing today? What's crack-a-lackin'?
Doing good.
Hi. Introduce yourselves for me. Where you guys work and who's your mentee?
I can start. I'm Steven Alexander, and I work at Question. That's a small indie studio, kind of spread all over the country, but based in the Bay Area here in San Francisco. And my mentee was Anaya Crouch on Team Highside.
Nice.
I'm Ken Strickland. I was also a mentor for Team Highside. My mentee was Darren Cook, and I also work at Question.
Okay.
And I'm Adam Saracen. I worked at Ubisoft in San Francisco, and my mentee was Eric Salazar.
Okay, I see. Very cool. Is this yours' first time mentoring?
No, it's my second year.
First for me.
First for me too.
All right, so we got a returner and a first for you. How'd you guys like it? What was like your experience, and what was maybe like the best piece of advice you gave your mentee?
Oh, I feel
That's
like they have to judge that themselves, right?
I would be taking a shot in the dark. But like, I don't know. I mean, I had an amazing time. I thought it was really, it was super illuminating for me. It helped. It was really fun to be able to try and take the things that I've sort of accumulated over the years and sort of try and pass that stuff along without them having to go through that many years of sort of bumping into those same walls that you always bump into making games. And in terms of like the best advice I gave, I don't know, like it was maybe I think just sort of at offhand mentioned, to sort of focus on sort of the like writing down what you think the user experience should be and sort of like a really kind of like exactly what you're expecting to see the user to get from like each moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I when I said it, I didn't actually think it was particularly important advice, but Anaya really liked it. She thought it was helpful. So I assumed that was good advice. I don't know.
All right.
Cool. Probably the best piece of advice I gave, I think, and maybe Darren disagree, was like kind of perfect is the enemy of good. Like he had so many great ideas, but like it's a summer, right? Like you've only got a few people and a little bit of time, and so figuring out what you can make right now that still kind of hits that thing that you're going for, like that aesthetic experience you want people to have, like because back when I started out, that was my problem too. It was like, well, if I can't have everything, then what's the point, But it turns out you can make a lot of great stuff no matter what the circumstances are.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was pretty impressive how a lot of students pushed out a project during the circumstances. What about yourself, Adam?
Best piece of advice. I don't know. I think it's probably around focus, because you do have a very short period of time, and I think all the teams had really ambitious goals in a way that was really exciting for me, interesting, and so to get to the core of that experience and figure out like how do you prove just that nugget of gameplay that represents all of these like really high level grand ideas that people want to get in their games. I mean, it's very similar to what we do when you work in the industry. You have a lot of people, a lot of very smart creative people who all have very big ideas and they're all good. And so I was just talking with him about how can you narrow in to that first thing that you tackle and make sure that that's representative of that overall thing that you want to make.
Okay, very cool. This question is for the Highside mentors. When they were telling you about their game, what was like your first impression? Did you fully understand their concept, or yeah?
Oh, I had to go do some research. Darren passed me a bunch of videos so I could understand essentially like the sideshow culture and just like what made it special.
Mm-hmm.
But like that had to happen because that whole game is about capturing like what it's like to be there. So and then for the gameplay itself, he was already like that team was already pretty focused on that's what I'm looking for. Like they wanted to capture the feeling of being there and that feeling of sort of like jousting. So they always had their kind of aesthetic goal in mind, and it was just figuring out how to get the mechanics to meet it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, similar. Like I definitely was not familiar with the culture that they were trying to reproduce when I came on. So it was a bunch of like research, looking at videos, and it was super cool. Like I loved that was another huge benefit of actually being in this program was being exposed to stuff that I would not have just on my own, like and ideas and sort of perspectives. That was really awesome. The ambition that they were tackling, like in 3 months with like a 2D animated dance game, like that was amazing. And so that was really cool to come in and see them take on and watch how they grappled with the challenges that the scope that implies, and the ways they solve those problems. That was really cool.
No, yeah, for sure. You're not the first mentor to say that the mentee teaches something to the mentor and vice versa. I think that's wonderful about this experience that you guys have. Adam, I got a question for you. Can you remind me your role again, please?
I'm a producer.
Okay, producer for
Ubisoft, San Francisco.
Okay, very cool, very cool. And where did you start off in your career? Like, what was your first step into the industry?
Oh, I was a tester. That was my first gig in LA. I basically moved to LA and tried to find a job in the industry, and I applied to a bunch of places. I remember going into EA with my resume because I thought that's what you did. I thought you went to the office and handed your resume, and their security guard escorted me out. So,
you should have stopped the security guard with the resume.
Exactly. But Vivendi Universal, which is not really around anymore, they were hiring testers, and I had to take a writing test. And I majored in English in college, and so writing came really naturally to me. And so you basically just had to write descriptively, because that's what a tester needs to do, right? They need to be able to describe what happened, the steps that led to a bug. And I passed their test, and I got in, and I was one of 200 plus testers that were part of their division, just testing a bunch of games.
All right, sweet. Kenneth, I got a question for you. What would you, and feel free to bounce off wherever you want, what would you have wanted to know at the age of your mentee about the video game industry?
Oh man, that's a good one. I'd say that everybody acts like they know what they're doing, but they really don't. And that you are able to, if you've got something that you think is going to make things work better or make people's lives easier as they're trying to make these like really difficult creative ventures, like you should push for it and you should speak up about it. I think I spent a few years right at the beginning, kind of going like, well, this seems bizarre and bad, but okay, maybe this is just how it's done, and it doesn't have to be. So yeah, that's what I wish I'd known.
Yeah. Can I ask the same question to Stefan?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's for me that it's similar. One thing I wish I had known is that like every game is an entirely, like, even if you think it's problems you've solved before, you're solving them all over again, and you need to assume that everything you're going to do it's going to take like 2 or 3 times as long as you think it is. Like that like no matter how and that you will never be done with it. Like that no matter how much time you spend on something, you will always find another thing that you can do to it and that you wish you could do to it. And so like making those calls about when it's good enough, back to Ken's point earlier about like, perfect being the enemy of the good is really important to ever like finishing anything. And even then you won't think it's finished.
I see.
Yeah. I heard this thing, great art is never completed. It's just abandoned.
Yeah. No,
it's true. Like at a certain point, you have to pull people away.
Drop the mic with that one. Well, yeah, it's very true. You can always like polish, and it gets kind of dangerous when you're passionate about the project and you're trying to, develop your craft. Yeah, you could get, very into it. Yes, go for it. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say, like, I've had good producers tell me that it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? And like, if you try to burn yourself out right at the beginning, like you'll never be around for the end.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, I've never ran a marathon. But yeah.
Me neither.
I love it. I'm gonna put that on my bucket list. Adam, what game would you like to make if you were a Gamehead student?
What game would I like to make if I was a student? Ooh, that's a really good question. I mean, before I was at Ubisoft, I was at Telltale for about 5 years, and I really enjoyed interactive narrative games. I really think there's a lot of value there. There's a lot of great stories you can tell only in the game space. There's a lot of player experiences that you can get in interactive fiction like that. And I think so if I were at Gameheads, I think I'd probably work at something like that because you can build it pretty quickly without a lot of assets and still get to the core of what's interesting in that space, which is like interesting choices, like having dialogues with other characters, them putting you in difficult situations, and then you need to make a difficult choice. And that's cool. And actually, Eric's group, what they were working on is something similar. They were doing trying to de-escalate tensions at a protest. And so speaking with a cop that was there and trying to keep things calm so that you could continue to have the protest. And I told them that, like, really, that's such an interesting headspace to put your player in, and it's such a challenging thing. And yeah, it really comes down to the choice of words that you have in that moment. And so that's probably what I do if I was a Gamehead student. I do one of those type of games.
All right, yeah, that game was Civil Matters. So, it's very, very bold taking that initiative to make. Yeah, for sure. Stefan, did any games stand out? What games stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, they all stood out. That one in particular, what most stood out to me actually across the board was how bold a lot of them were. Like that there was they all felt very much embedded in the current conversations that are happening right now. And in a way that, like, when I think I saw in the pre-show they were talking about this too, that like when I was making my like little games as experiments and stuff, like that was the furthest thing from my mind is actually any sort of social commentary. And it's really, that was the thing on all the games that was really interesting, that the way they engaged with social issues on something that was like a really like a first project for a lot of people, to like jump right into trying to say something with your work was really cool and inspiring, because a lot of times you come in, you're just like, oh, I just want to make a game, but they took it further, and that's, I think, really special about this program too, that they strive to do that.
All right, and I think, Kenneth, we're gonna have the last say of this interview.
All right.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, what you think of today? What you saw today? I mean, anything, diversity.
I mean, I loved all of it. I think Steven stole a lot of got there first with a bunch of the good comments. But beyond the social commentary stuff, which was obviously super powerful, I think something that was also just super impressive was like how far each of those teams came since like the Mentor Madness weeks. And there's that certain alchemy that happens when you're finishing a game with a group of people working well together, and like what comes out the other end is like so different from what was even there like a few weeks before. And I saw that with so many of the projects this time around. Like there was just the stuff that I played at the earlier builds of, or like Mentor Madness week stuff that like I almost didn't recognize at the end of the pipeline, which tells me they found that sort of like magic moment. So I definitely want to go back and like play every single one of them again and see where they got to.
No, yeah, I appreciate you for going into Mental Madness. That was my homie Gabe. Yeah, he just showed up. And so yeah, Mental Madness, for those of you who don't know, who's watching, is basically when all the mentors come through and they play all of the games, and basically they yell at the students because they're like, and they're like this and that.
Yeah, that's definitely what we did. We yelled at everyone.
Nothing but screaming.
All right, yeah, criticism is always important in playtesting. Playtest. And thank you for your time today. Thank you for volunteering your time to these students and being a mentor, and for this interview. I'm about to head out.
It was a pleasure.
Thanks really great talking to you.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. How you guys doing today? Can you guys introduce yourselves for the stream, please?
My name is. All right, you go first.
Sorry.
Sure. Name is Christian. I was helping Joshua on Team Raven, and I work at the initiative.
All right. Nicholas?
My name is Nick Awajian. I'm a game designer at that game company, and I was mentoring Abdu on Team Too Many Programmers.
All right. Cool.
I'm Ninja. I am the lead programmer for Too Many Programmers for the game Ish.
All right. Very cool. Very cool. And so, who were your guys' mentee? Starting with Nicholas, who was your mentee?
Abdu.
What game was he on? What game was it?
Ish.
Ish. Okay.
Ish. Yeah.
And what about you, Christian? Who's your mentee?
His name is Joshua.
Joshua, and he was on my block or down the block. Is that the game that he was making?
I think it's on the block. I've always just known it as Team Raven. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Team Ravens for sure. And Ninja, what you doing here? What's up?
I'm the lead programmer for Too Many Programmers.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Who was your mentor, Ninja?
My mentor was Noah.
Noah. And what was like the best advice that he gave you?
I wouldn't say that I asked for much advice. What I did really enjoy about Noah was that he was openly available, and I was able to hit him up with like any question I had off the top of my that I had, what I was struggling with, and etc. And he would always take the time to like read through documentation for me and like help me out with a bit nitpicky things.
Okay. And Christian, what type of help did you give to your mentee?
A lot of just like talking through problems, stages of the of development. We were just kind of soundboards on the project, where he was doing, and if I had like specific advice for the stage, like just breaking out problems or just communication. It was definitely. I think it was the most. I felt like I was just like really just hanging out. And I think, but every now and then we'd get into specific topics of the project, of the stage of development they were in. I mean, it was just really cool to see the thinking going through on this topic in the game they were working on.
Nice. Yeah, thank you for volunteering your time. What about yourself, Nicholas? How did you find your relationship with your mentee?
Did Zoro drop out?
No. That was all you, Ninja. That was all you. Welcome back, bro. All right, Nicholas. Hi.
Yeah. Hey.
How did you find your relationship with your mentee?
I thought it was awesome. I just wish I could have been there more often. You know, because of everything's work from home, I didn't feel like I was able to kind of like physically be as helpful as I could have wanted, because a lot of times with stuff like this, collaborating virtually is hard enough as it is. So that's why it's doubly impressive, the work that was produced. And so a lot of times when you're in person, it's easy to be like, hey, let's try this, and you do the thing, and you kind of can play the thing and get that real immediate feedback. But because we weren't able to do that, we'd have to kind of structure it a little differently. So like, hey, like, what do we have to talk about today? Let's talk through what had happened before. Do you have any problems? If so, let's talk about that. If not, let's talk about the plan moving forward. But I wish I could have like been more into it,
Yeah.
But
we're all doing our best.
2020.
Yeah, exactly. We're all doing our best in this quarantine times. Ninja, what would you say would be your favorite part of programming your game?
I guess my favorite part is mostly the sounds and the particles, and like trying to express like social judgment onto the player. There's like a very clear like correlation on like what we want to express to the player.
I see. All right. Cool. This is a question for the mentors. What a lot of like developers have different starts to their career. Some are testers, some are Q&A. How did you get started in your career? Nicholas, or yeah, or whoever. Yeah.
I'll let Christian go first again.
Sure. My career, I think it was a little weird because I was in university at USC and I was really hesitant to go into games, even though I went there for that reason. My family is from Mexico, and they had like kind of their ideas of college is like you go and get like engineer or lawyer or doctor. It's a story you hear of a lot of like first generation Americans, and I was very nervous to do it, but I kind of started doing game jams, and the program there is just one of the best in the world. And I just kind of slowly integrated into that field and felt more comfortable with that career. I made mentors, I connected with people, some like Juan Baca, who was earlier in the stream, and I was able to build a confidence to join games. Through that, I was able to do internships, either at research labs or small different companies. Even worked on a game they pub at USC called Walton Pond, which is based off tenure. Very very experienced people here, so I'm learning a lot every day, and it's been a really great start. Yeah, that's my story so far.
Nice. What about yourself?
Yeah, I have such a similar experience. So my parents are Lebanese, so similar thing. It was like they came over after the Civil War, and they were like, there's pressure for it to be a certain way, and like what is even games? Like I didn't even think that like you could make a living making games. So there's no way my parents were ever gonna know that.
Understand.
Yeah. And so I did architecture first. So I was like, I'm gonna be an architect. It's easy. It's like, oh, you make buildings, and so that's what I did, and I studied that, graduated doing that, and I worked for a while. Something just didn't feel right. It didn't enjoy it as much, and I wanted what I was doing to have a better impact on the world, and I felt like a lot of times what I was contributing to was stuff like gentrification, which I see kind of firsthand a lot of the time. So there's just a lot going into it. Eventually, it's a long, complicated story, but I took a gamble on myself, tried a bunch of different things, failed miserably a million times, and now we're here. I can't believe that I'm here even. But it's not like a smooth linear slope. It's very much a crumpled piece of paper.
I think that's a very common story, specifically people of color and indigenous people's journey to games. It's very non-linear, and some people don't even realize that's an opportunity to significantly into their current career. Just talking to other people, someone was like, I didn't know I could be in games until I met another person from my background, and I was 29. And which sounds really late for some people, but everyone's career is different, and that's one of the exciting things. I love hearing these stories. Specifically, Nick's story really resonates.
Nice. No, yeah, yeah. Everyone's career is definitely different for sure. Different paths, different directions, different pace. Ninja, bro, were you taking a selfie or what? You were posted on Twitter. Oh, tell me, can you remind why you guys made a game about duality? Dual identities, essentially. Yeah? Oh, okay. No way. Yeah? Dude, you're muted. You're muted, bro. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and... I had a question for Nicholas. Oh, nice. Welcome back, Ninja. Yeah. Tell me. Duality. Why?
Yeah, totally. Most of our entire group had a very diverse background. We studied duality throughout our lives, asking to be something. They're asking to be something that of our counterparts are, but at the same time, we're not them. We're a combination of those two, and we have our express our own identity. And so we got together and we thought about how can we express this struggle we have through our daily lives into a game. And so we wanted to make sure you're not the only person there. You're not the only person struggling with this. And but at the same time, this journey you're having is going to be
kind of like reinventing the wheel for ourselves. We have to find our own space in this country. I'm Mexican American, so I definitely understand what you're saying. I don't speak perfect Spanish. I don't speak perfect English. Oh yeah, for sure. No.
It's almost said it's like building a plane while you're, no, flying a plane while you're building it. There's no like set path. And I remember playing Duality. I think it was really interesting, like playtesting it and getting the themes just from the mechanics and seeing that like what fun seeing like the team like they hit the mark. I saw someone just like go yes when they mentioned that. So that was really fun during our playtest. And I think that's what I'm excited whenever, like, this is my first time doing Gameheads, but I want to keep coming back and seeing how people take these stories and make mechanics and ideas and something new.
I love it. Nicholas, did you go to Mentor Madness?
Mentor Madness. This is my first time at Gameheads.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, Mentor Madness. Mentor Madness is the opportunity where mentors get to give criticism on the games.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I went there. It was super cool.
How mad were you, or how was it?
I was so angry because all the games were so much more developed than I thought they were going to be. To be honest, you know, it's hard putting together a game. I mean, it's easy to play a game and to critique a game and be like, oh yeah, you know, like these controls are not that easy, or you know, the graphics are blah. And it's so easy to do that on the sidelines. Just like when I go to a movie, it's like I can critique the movie and be like, meh, I can leave it like 5 out of 10. When in reality, it's a group of like maybe 100 people spent a year working on this project and shipped the project, and I'm like, but the fact that
6,000 hours like truncated into like 10 minutes just to like get any result is a miracle. Like any game's a miracle, even if it's bad. They got me.
All right, Ninja. What did you get a lot of input? Did they have Mentor Madness?
We had a lot of great input on it. Everyone enjoyed our game. We thought we weren't gonna get as much great input because this originally started out as like a passion project, and then like we had troubles like trying to like express the mechanic to like a bunch of people, and we were like stressing out. And then when we got a Mentor Madness, everyone was like loving and enjoying it, so it really like brought us up.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And with that, I'm gonna say thank you to the mentors for being here and always, volunteering your time. Like, this is dope, and we appreciate it. At the and yeah, thank you for your time. I'm gonna head out to the next piece of conversation. And yeah,
you're not gonna say thank you to me, Zoram?
Thank you, Ninja. You're dope.
Thank you, Ninja.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody.
All right, bye-bye.
It's been great.
Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
All right, how you guys doing today?
Hello.
What do you guys think of the showcase?
It's going pretty well. Yeah. My name is Chun. I'm the narrative designer for Team Quarantine.
I'm Daniel Ladrano. I am the game designer for Team Quarantine, and also Confined Endurance, the product.
Mm-hmm. All right. Cool. So, tell me I know like the opening scene is a little different. Can you talk about that once it comes up?
Opening scene? Yeah. So the game is about you play as an undeclared college student. Your goal is to kind of like balance on maintaining mental health and your studies and like hygiene, while also solving like ethical dilemmas that pop up every couple days, and try to just balance out your life, because you just notice that ever since you entered quarantine, you're losing your connection to your family and friends. You're kind of like slacking off, you're sleeping more, not waking up on time, stuff like that.
I see. All right. And so like kind of like a balance of what exactly? You said working.
Social life, school, and hygiene.
Yeah. So the game starts off with you taking a test, which scales off of your knowledge, the difficulty of it. We had several tests, but for the sake of this build, we have this placeholder one. But we will get into how it is balanced and designed in a second. But continue off with this dialogue that's happening, Sean.
Yeah. So I drew a lot of inspiration from my own personal life when developing this game. I noticed for myself that I wasn't doing so well at school. I was slacking off a lot. I was staying up like till like 3 a.m. in the morning, spending time with my girlfriend, and not spending as much time with my family and my friends. I rarely get outside of my room, and only for like lunch and dinner and stuff like that. So I wanted to make this game as a kind of like a reminder to myself that I need to be spending time with my family, with my friends, and complete those moral obligations and responsibilities that I have for myself.
Okay, cool. And can you talk about the balance maybe between having too much knowledge, having too much stress, vice versa?
Sure. But before we get into that, you want to describe a bit of this dilemma that's happening?
Oh yeah. So right now we're encountering a dilemma. Micah, your roommate, is trying to ask you to be like, "Hey, can you help me out with cheating on this test?" And you're like, "Oh, well, should I do that or should I not do that? If I help him, would my relationship with him increase? What are the consequences to each of these choices that you make?" And we wanted to make that a primary focus on like one of the primary game mechanics of this game. Yeah.
Nice. So would you have cheated? Just
depends. But tying back to what you asked about design and mechanics, so every dilemma also ties into the core mechanics, which you can see, which is the knowledge, stress, and hygiene. In order to actually achieve the main goal of the game, you need to be able to pass all of your tests or the majority of them, which requires you to know all the required stuff per week. So every week you need to have enough stuff covered or your weekly knowledge in order to actually be able to do the test. Well, the test actually becomes harder the less you know, which means that your grades become substantially worse. But studying too much will start raising your stress, which means that you could do less things per day. So it's about trying to manage how much you're working versus how much you're stressing yourself. And then behind all that, there's also just your overall health and hygiene. Without your own well-being, you actually can't do much or even function outside of that. So if you're stressed, have really bad hygiene, then it just becomes hard to even study in the first place, even though you're spending all of your time doing that. So it's about trying to find, again, the balance and as a student on how to manage your own life and become like someone who's able to do something, especially now that everyone's like confined and everyone just has to do everything inside and it's just harder to do things.
Nice. You said this game was called Confined in Dorms?
Mm-hmm.
Is that that's a pun for because they're college students, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. I just got this and I've talked to you like multiple times. Dope. What happens when you have too much hygiene? Do you like get a girlfriend or something, or what happens?
I mean, that was one of the many things that we wanted to add to the game, which was a focus on developing relationships with your roommate and other people, like friends online and stuff like that. Due to time constraints, we weren't able to add in all of the functionality that we wanted. But as we continue to develop this game, I think that might be a thing.
Very cool. No, I mean, I think it's dope. I mean, the whole concept is, very relatable. What did you want your player to get out of playing this video game? Like self-reflection or?
Yeah, it's about this like idea of what do you sacrifice to make the best out of your situation, right? Of trying to make sure that you live the life that you want to live. For myself, I struggle with the idea of developing this voice inside me that like tells me like, okay, it's not a day off, but rather it's a day on for me to like really focus and push the pedal to the metal, right? To work really hard. That voice needs to be developed in everyone, especially during these times, so that way it's not like this 1 year has been entirely wasted, but it was 1 year that you're preparing for the next step.
Nah, very
Uh,
true.
so right here, I actually have a pretty decent amount of weekly knowledge, which means that this test right here actually becomes substantially easier. Like the required amount that you need is different, the speed of it's different. So it signifies that the more you're able to study and manage yourself, the test just becomes that much easier. Therefore, it's easier to do stuff. But now that the test is over, everything I know doesn't really transfer to the next week. So now I just have less hygiene and more stress than I did at the start of the week. So it's about knowing how not to like dip too far in without, straining the player too much.
That's dope. It sounds like there was like there's a lot of balancing and x plus y equals z or something like that. What how did you guys like prototype this?
Ooh, so there was a series of prototypes. It's just knowing how many stats is too much, and then realizing how we want everything to come together, and a bunch of cut out pieces of paper, and figuring out if this is too much, even without having to worry about the cards. It's like, should there be currency? Should there be a heavy active relationship system happening at all times as checking? But it's about figuring out what was like the most basic core loop that felt great, and then trying to build upon that, which is how we narrowed it down to only 3 stats in like a stat management game rather than a whole bunch of them or like a dozen of them.
Okay, nice. You seem like you had a lot of fun building this game.
Oh yeah.
What was your favorite what was your favorite piece?
You can go first.
Okay. For me, I think it was really fun working closely with Daniel and Izzy. Since I was since I was a narrative designer, I worked very closely with Daniel in order to make sure that the emotions are clearly reflected in the game mechanics that we're doing. One of the things were like, I wanted to have it so that the cat was a crucial part of the game, and so like when you adopt the cat, what does the cat do in the game, and if you decide to kick out the cat, what kind of consequences do you receive? So I really wanted to like make those emotions that are key to this, like key to the narrative, reflective in the stat balancing as well. And when I was working with Izzy, which is our sound designer, I got to really closely work with the voice actors and kind of like develop lines for them, which was probably like the best part, because we never really made a game before that had voice acting for every character.
All right. Well, dope. Anything else y'all want to say? What's your Twitter, real quick?
Mine's at Chun T Chan.
Dan Madrano 500, but you could find us in dorms on Twitter as well.
All right, dope. My Twitter is Zorm510, in case you were asking. And yeah, thank y'all, and hope you enjoy the rest of the stream.
All right, take care.
Take care.
All right, how you guys doing today?
We're doing pretty good. The showcase is almost getting
All right,
ended.
all right. Don't everybody talk at once. Rogelio, what you think of the showcase today, Rogelio?
It was dope. I mean, along with being able to see the student games, I actually haven't seen a lot of the updated versions of it, so it was really dope. And I also got to hear some of the interviews of the mentors, so that was really good.
All right. What about you, Jane Wang?
I think the vibe into the music and getting to learn about the mentors and their experiences was pretty dope.
Devin, what's up, bro?
I thought it was, just flat out amazing, like usual. Like, just keeps getting better. Games, everything, just yeah.
All right. Yeah. Feel free to press play whenever you want. And before we get started, I want to say thank y'all for taking the bold initiative to make a game of such. I think it's dope. I've been to a couple of these protesting, and I think you guys did a great job, like manifesting the vibes. So talk about how did the ideation concept come up with the game? Like, where did the idea start from?
So starting off with the idea of the game, originally we started off with we were inspired by a class that Damon Packwood taught, which was a class called New Vibes, and which was about how to take culture and how to combine it into video games. However, the issue was that when the whole police brutality started going down, we had to make a difficult decision of either talking about culture or talking about a more modern issue. So we kind of went that route.
Nice. And how big is your team?
Our team is about 4 people, but because we have Jose on and off as an artist, technically it's 5.
You guys didn't have an artist?
Yeah, originally we did not have an artist. It was very difficult.
I could imagine. I could definitely imagine that. So John Wayne, are you playing the game right now?
Yeah, I am.
You said you were the programmer, right? Or
I'm the level designer, and I was programming on the other half.
Okay, how do you design a level like this? Like it seems like it's a free world, but question mark?
So this was my first time doing a top-down level. So I started with where you want to begin and where you want to end. So I knew that I wanted to start at the back of a protest, and then I wanted the player to lead up to like the middle, the intersection of the road. So I built my level around that and sort of like build the crowds and the protesters in a way that will allow the narrative to build dialogue for NPCs, so they can get a sense of world building and the environment around them. And also get a main quest line where they have to talk to certain people to unlock the final interaction between the cop.
Okay. Rogelio, it seems like you were one of the leaders in this team. How did you persuade or convince or organize essentially your own community to make this game?
So because the game originally was supposed to start off as making it culture-wise, everyone was on board with that. But because of the issues, we went to the police brutality route. And honestly, I can't really take majority of the credit of the game, and actually even a majority of what you see in front of you. I think a lot of our work and the credit deserves to go to our project manager and our lead programmer, which is Eric Salazar. That dude killed it. The dude was telling us be on Trello, do this, and that. So he was basically. So I guess if I was the supervisor, he was my boss. Anything I did wrong or letting me know, yo, bro, do this, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do exactly that.
Nice. Hey, Devin, you said you were the story designer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Story designer. Did you get help from your mentor?
Oh, my mentor. Oh my God, he helped me tremendously.
Did he understand the game when you explained it to him, or how did that go?
Yeah. He understood it perfectly, and then he also went to SF State as well too. So me and him, we were just we had the best time working together, and yeah, it's so many words. I really like him as a mentor.
Are you gonna say his name, her name, their name?
Matthew.
All right, give a shout out to Matthew. Is there Anything else y'all want to say before I dip out?
Well, yeah, I guess the only thing I want to say is that, I just talked about the project manager. The last person we did not talk about was Jonathan, our sound designer. And honestly, the reason why I think some people tell us that the game, feels like a protest is because we got to give credit to the sound. The moment you're at a protest, you just hear the Black Lives Matter, all the chanting, the noise, and it's like, okay, now I feel like I'm at a protest. So definitely, we got to give props to him and making the environment feel like, an actual protest.
All right. And sorry, I know I said that was my last question, but what do you want the player to feel or to get out of this experience?
You want to answer that question, Devin? Or do you want me to?
Well, like we just really want people to, like once you're at a protest, we want you to feel like you're at it. Like we want every single, from the sounds, from the visuals. Yeah, we just want you to experience it.
Nice. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream, and thank you for sharing.
For sure. Thank you very much.
All right. How you guys doing today? What's popping? What's taking this attacking?
Doing good.
We're doing great.
Oh yeah.
Chilling.
Chilling. Tell me your roles in
Yeah.
this game, starting with Antonio.
Hi, I'm Antonio. I'm the narrative designer for Ish.
I am Jason. I'm the project manager and programmer on the team.
I'm Ninja. I'm the lead programmer for the team.
And you're playing the game, right, Ninja?
Yeah, I'm playing the game.
All right, cool. So I'll keep the questions to Jason and Antonio. Go ahead and press play whenever you're ready. This art looks dope. What's this art speaking on?
This art was actually kind of led by me, the panels that I wanted, and actually our artists Diane and Keith, and a little help from Quinvy, who just kind of helps out around Gameheads in general. We made these panels to kind of show some of the themes of our game and the actual narrative of the game, which has to do around duality and kind of being outcasted by people that are like you.
Quinvy is a queen.
Quinvy is a queen. Shout out to Quinvy. Press space to continue. Press.
There we go.
All right. And so duality. What exactly do you guys mean when you say duality? You mean like black and white, or what's up?
When we say duality, we mean like ethnicity, race, but also just even having like clashing, like two different types of cultures that like don't go well together.
Yeah.
Or like don't normally go well together.
Every person in our team has had some sort of experience in their life with duality. For instance, my experience with it is growing up in Oakland, but being half Latino and half Asian. And I can let Jason tell his story about his sort of duality.
For me, it's sort of just being Asian and growing up in like initially it was predominantly Latina community for elementary school, but then I moved and it was like predominantly black, but also just my parents have like this fusion of Vietnamese and Chinese cultures, so it was just trying to find that balance for both.
Can you explain a bit about the aesthetic decisions when making this game? Like, for example, the oval and the little spirits?
Yeah, so the main kind of enemy for the game, we don't actually have some sort of enemy that's like, your height running at you like a lot of some games, but for our puzzle platform, we decided to have a vignette and some ghosts that represent judgment of other people. Just because you're from one tribe and you're mixed with both tribes, and the judgment of either side is shown through that, because it's like it overwhelms you as a person because you're trying to do too much to be accepted.
I see. Okay. And so what type of judgment do people face, towards their duality?
Most of it's just most of it for us was just like constantly people just labeling you and telling you to be a specific type of person, like outcasting you, but also saying you're not one of us, or like you're not accepted in our community because you're different.
Yeah. So for instance, for me, my family is from a place that's my dad's side of the family, my Mexican side of the family is from a place that's 99.9% Mexican. So when I go over there, want to be around my other Mexicans, they always see me as the odd one out because I'm the Asian, and they're like, oh, you're a chinito, you know how to speak Spanish that well. And that's kind of like my personal experience with it.
You better slap them with the chancla, bro. No, I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes, yeah, we don't speak Spanish enough. I'm Mexican-American myself. We don't speak Spanish enough. I've never been to Mexico, so I always get clowned on that. And yeah. This art is very nice, the parallax and everything. Where's the artist at? They're busy or what?
The artist unfortunately couldn't make it right now, but yeah, they put in a lot of work creating like animating the characters, some of the background environmental background pieces like all the spears and the arrows. They're drawn up by Keith, our artist, our backup artist. But we also took some assets from the asset store, so we didn't like want to overwork our artists because we're considerate.
For sure. Thank you for being considerate. There's only one artist in the team. Is that what I'm hearing?
We have two.
Two, yes.
Nah, you gotta work smart, not hard. I love the organic masking, the little bushes that in the foreground. I think that's dope. It's hella dope.
We know.
Oh, you know? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. This game looks clean. This is clean. Is it gonna be on itch.io soon?
Yeah, I think we're releasing it around December.
Yeah.
Right.
Like usual.
And what should like usual? Okay.
Mhm.
What should the buyers, the consumers, the players expect from your new version?
Why would you ask that question? We haven't got there yet.
Ooh.
We don't even know. So,
It's classified.
It's still in development. We're thinking of adding a bit more puzzles, a bit more gameplay before we
yeah,
launch it too.
a bit more into the story as well, because just in terms of narrative, there's like a 3 act structure. For our demo version, which Ninja is playing right now, we only got an act and a half in, and depending on how things go, we can go have a lot further to go to actually like end off the story.
I see. Interesting. Your mentors. How are your mentors of help this year?
My mentors have been extremely helpful. It's my first year being a project manager, like for real. And shout out to Nico. She's been an amazing mentor and she's really just taught me the ropes on how to be a producer. And shout out to Matt also for helping me program. Just like
We had some great mentors for our team. My mentor was Tim. Shout out to Tim. He really helped me kind of figure out what I wanted to do with the story, because that was kind of one of my challenges at the beginning, and I think it ended up going out like our game really well, and it ended up being a success.
Sweet. All right. Well, thank you for taking the time to show off your game and give us a playthrough. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yeah, make sure to follow us on Twitter at @ishvideogame.
At where?
At @ishvideogame.
One more time.
Jason.
Oh, at @ishvideogame.
What? No, I'm kidding. All right, thank you.
I'm
kidding. All right, have a
Shut up,
nice
Zoran.
day. Oh. All right, Fallen Monuments. Click to start. Dario, you're a solo developer, right?
Yeah, working solo this year.
No, damn, solo. Do you plan on working solo in the future?
Yeah, I definitely like solo work, but I also want to like branch out and also work with teams more to get that kind of team experience. I feel like that's very beneficial.
All right, cool. Feel free to press start. Yeah,
okay, let's go.
Let's do it. It's hammer time.
All right, so here we have the tutorial. Like the 3 main actions in this game are like moving the statues to museums, keeping them or destroying them. And so one thing, like through my playtesting, people weren't sure like what this entailed. Like when you keep a statue, do you just walk past it, or do you actually like do something like press a button or something? So you actually do press a button to keep the statues. So that's something I want to like explain to people like in the tutorial, just so they know what their options are. And a similar thing happened with like moving statues.
All right.
And so yeah, now that the tutorial's done, this is kind of like the main thing going on, where you have like the statues and their stories.
Robert E. Lee, Commander of the Confederacy. So this is where you'd be making a decision.
Yeah. So like for Robert E. Lee, for example, I'll like destroy the statue.
Break it.
And then like yeah. Based on what you do, right now there weren't many enemies around at the beginning. It gets a little harder as you go on.
Okay.
But like yeah, based on what you do. So like this guy, like he was a colonel for the Confederacy. He did start this like historical society, which is a good source of research. But like in his life, he wasn't that good. So like if I destroy this one too, you'll see that these counter protesters in like the red MAGA hats. I mean, they should come and attack me, but I guess there's a percentage, so they're not. Yeah, there they go.
There you go. Wow, look at you. Predicting your own code. Nice little animations. That's funny how the hats drop. That's cute. That's cool.
Yeah, like this guy. What were you saying?
How much experience did you have with art before this game?
Oh, with art? So initially, I was kind of like focused on art. I wasn't that interested in coding, right? And so like I've been doing art for quite a while, just like pen and paper. And then more recently tried out digital art. And then I actually got into video games as a way to kind of like bring your art to life, you know. And then like through doing this, I kind of learned about coding and stuff, and like I kind of surprised myself. Like at first, I just wanted to make the games. I didn't really care about like the finer like technical side of coding. I just wanted to like know what I need to know to get it done, right? But then like kind of like halfway through, I kind of started looking at the more kind of like behind the scenes stuff, and I kind of became more interested in like the pure coding side of things and like having like nice code, as they say, which kind of surprised myself a little bit. Like I didn't see myself enjoying coding like, months ago.
No, yeah. That's dope. I mean, I think you're very cool. I mean, I'm a fan of Dario. Very bold game, and then you're doing it all by yourself. I mean, what else do you need in a game developer? That's dope. Do you recommend for people to develop solo?
Yes, that's definitely a double-edged sword. Like the con, of course, is that you're working all by yourself. But one benefit that I kind of like about it is that like if you're tired of one thing, like if you're tired of coding, then you can move on to art, right? Or you could get free assets. But one thing that helped me kind of stay productive at the beginning was like I'd code for a while, right? And then if I got tired of coding, I could move on to art and like do that stuff. So yeah, I feel like that kind of helped keep my brain fresh in a way almost. So I could jump from like coding to art to like level design to planning. So yeah, that was kind of interesting.
That's good. Being productive and procrastinating at the same time. Interesting. Dope. So this one is George Washington, the United States first president. Oh, and he's gone.
Yep. And then
sorry, go for it.
In the end, I kind of like tried to introduce more kind of like interesting decisions for the statues. So like, we'll kind of see like some of these like other ones, like it's just kind of like Robert E. Lee. Of course, you're gonna want to destroy his statue, but like other ones, I feel like it's less black and white, and this is kind of like an example of that.
Interesting. Do the shadows? Do they? I think I've seen them attack you before. Was I just delusional or?
Yeah. So these are the protesters and stuff, right? And so they'll attack you if you choose to like keep like a statue of Robert E. Lee or something. So like I've been destroying the statue, so they're happy with me at the moment. But like, yeah, if I like keep one, they'll get mad at me. If you move the statue, then you can have both sides are mad at you because like, hey, I wanted you to destroy the statue. I wanted you to keep the statue. So this is a pretty like controversial statue. I think like some counter protesters and protesters might want to destroy it for different reasons and stuff. It's like this one. If I move it to museum, you might see there's like a mixed response. Like some protesters wanted me to destroy it. Other counter protesters wanted me to like, I don't know, do whatever with it. So yeah.
That's dope. Do they have like similar stats, different attacks? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. So the protesters are kind of like slower with the more heavy attack. So like if you see like the health in the top right, the counter protesters do like 3 quick attacks for 5 damage each, and like the protesters do like 1 big attack for 20 damage.
Oh, okay, interesting. And I like how like they don't disappear; they chase you from like previous statues, so you got both of them attacking you. Very problematic, sir. You are cheating. You are at -10 health. What's going on? Nah, I'd be like that. You still have what future plans do you have for this game?
So plans, I'll probably be uploading onto itch after the showcase, and I'll probably like link that on my Twitter or something. Dario Q Games. So keep an eye out for that.
Okay.
And then other than that, I might do like a couple of updates here and there, but I don't know, the kind of like a bad thing. Well, it's not necessarily bad, but kind of like as I continue like working on this game in like the later stages of development, I kind of got a little more sloppy with my code and stuff. So it's kind of like harder to make big changes now, just because of like the stuff I've done in the past. But I might take time to like clean up the code a bit, so I can maybe like add like more statues, maybe like an endless game mode. It's something I kind of had planned in the beginning, but I kind of like switched to the more like unique statues that we see now. So yeah.
Nice. All right, cool. And you plan on putting a price on this game? I mean, I think I'd pay for it.
Price? I haven't really thought about it that much. I'm thinking of just putting it up for like free, really. Just cause like, I don't know. I just want like, I feel like I didn't really make this game in mind for it to be sold. So like I'd rather just like let people experience it if they want to, and not kind of be turned away because of the price. Like I'd rather, if you want to play, you can play it rather than like, the other way around.
No, I
But
mean-
yeah, I'll definitely put donations open on the itch page if you wanna,
toss some coin. No, yeah, I mean
Uh-huh.
that's good. That's how you become a professional. That's how you work from your passion, and then eventually the money comes when you become a professional, passionate individual. And yeah, cool. Is there anything else you want to say before I move on to the next conversation?
No, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, bye, dude.
All right, see ya.
All right, hello, Guillermo. ¿Cómo estás? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you for having me. I'm real happy to be here.
No, I'm very happy you're here. I've been waiting for this conversation. You emailed me saying there's a blackout in your block, and I was like, yeah, here we are. So introduce yourself. We can see your name. Tell us, what was your role in the game Mulaka?
Sure thing. My name is Guillermo Vizcaíno. In Mulaka, I was the one of the three programmers, the lead writer, and the video producer. So a lot of roles, but yeah, that was a job.
Nice, very good, very good. And I'm assuming, can you talk about what compelled the team and yourselves to build Mulaka?
Of course, yeah. So Mulaka was an interesting one because Mulaka was born as this pipe dream of a project, right? That was the one thing that we wanted to do when we thought about let's do this as a studio informally and all that. Mulaka was born from our want, or almost our need of doing some sort of homage to our own roots. As you know, the Tarahumara culture, or the Raramuri culture, is part of, it's native of our own region in Mexico, and we had this idea. We wanted to do something that was very dear to us, very close to us, something that would speak to the Mexican-ness or knee of the whole thing, and even more so our own regions, like kind of like lore and thing. It's something that's very dear to us, and we thought, well, we are a Mexican team working with Mexican investment in Mexican land. What better way to make homage to something like that than to make a game about a culture that's local? And so that's where the idea came from. And we set out to do it, and it took us a whole while, but we ended up making it, and it's just grown so much that it's still very hard to really believe and wrap our minds around the whole thing for us. It's like a whole dream. But yeah, that's where the inspiration came from.
Nice. How long? You said like a long time, like an estimate, like.
Well, it was broken up in two different sections. Like production proper, we it took us around 2 years and change, from the early 2016 all the way to 2018 around March. That was production proper. But before that, getting the investment and making the research and all of that, that was an extra year and a half at the very least. So it was a very long project. Now, granted, it was like our first time really doing this and the right way, right? And once we secured investment, things were a little bit easier, and they just like kind of roll out. But yeah, it was a very long project, and it's doing.
Nice, very cool, very cool. I'm interested as to how you guys did research and implemented the accuracy of the culture.
It was a very long process, and it spans like the whole 3.5 years of it. Originally, it was more about getting to communities and speaking with cultural leaders and community leaders and the governors and the governesses of like the Tarahumara community. First to get the approval of what we're doing, because we are not per se part of the culture itself. We're seen as outsiders. So we needed to go there and explain, okay, so we want to do this, and we want to take the fantastic culture that you guys have as a basis for what we're going to be creating. So getting those permits, explaining what we're going to do, really getting to find out what they wanted us to show in a product like this. That was very important. And then after that, getting the source material, right? So going to communities and literally asking the elder of the community, like, okay, what's one story that you got told when you were little, or that your grandfather told you, or things like that. And from those trips, we gather like the main chunk of what we used as inspiration. Then later on, we got anthropologists involved, and with them, we were able to curate the content, really got rid of all the Hispanic influence, the church's influence, like the globalization influence, and just get the real core nuclei of the Tarahumara stories, right? And from that, we built on the game.
No, that's amazing. I think this game is dope because it speaks on indigenous people, and a lot of people, when they think about the indigenous people, they think they don't exist anymore. But there's still some out there that are striving and working, and they should be acknowledged. And I think that's why I really like this game. I remember,
totally.
Yeah, I remember I was asking my grandma if she knew who. My grandma's from Chihuahua, Mexico, and I was asking her if she knew what the original indigenous people of our land was, and she didn't know. She didn't know. And like a couple weeks, I see this tweet about Mulaka, and I'm just watching the trailer, and then there was like a VL that says from Chihuahua, and I just went crazy.
Lost it.
Yeah, I lost it. I was like, wow, God's plan.
And that was part of the idea. I mean, really putting the such a beautiful and rich culture in the spotlight, because that's a harsh reality that we've come to know, right? The fact that these guys have some of the craziest and most amazing myths and legends out there, and pretty much no one knows about them. If someone knows about the Tarahumara, it's because they are amazing runners, and they do like ultra marathons and like mountain ranges in slippers, right? It's like this crazy superhuman kind of thing that they do. But there's so much more about them that people don't know, and we thought it was only fair for us to try and do an homage to that, right? To the cultural richness that they have behind them, their stories, their myths, their legends. and put them out there to compete really with other cultures that are more popular and that we think they're on par with, like the Greek mythology and the Nordic mythology and the Japanese mythologies with ninjas and samurais. Like, we really do believe that these guys are on par with that. It's only a matter of giving them the spotlight and the stage to showcase it. And we think that video games is like the perfect place for such a property, right? Because it's so immersive, so different, so unique in terms of storytelling. And we want to put it in there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, people always overlook video games when it comes to like, it could be seen as an educational tool, and I think that's exactly what Malacca does. It teaches culture, history about not only the people, but also about the country. Like, I think it's
Totally.
beautiful. I think it's beautiful. Is it still in development at all? Are there any future plans?
You mean Mulaka? Mulaka, it's done. All of it, we're obviously keeping, we maintain it and we patch it every now and then. But what we're doing now is focusing more on our next title. The one thing that's still coming from Mulaka, which is very exhilarating for us in the studio, it's a physical edition. We have a physical edition launching later in the year. Which is fantastic. It's got a collector's edition with like vinyls and the OST and like the art book and everything. And that really was one of like the dreams that we had at studio in terms of really wanting to see the game in a box and with our little cartridge and like on Blu-ray. It's just one little thing that we wanted to do, and we were able to do it, and we're really excited to bring it to everyone later this year.
Nice. How big is your team?
The team right now, it's about 11 or 12 people if you count contractors and collaborators. Back when we were doing Mulaka, it would depend on which stage you looked at. We started out as 8, then we grew it to 10 by the end of it. So it's not a terribly small team, but it's a small to mid-sized team. All noobs. We started out really knowing nothing. We ended up finding our way once we got 2 years in, I guess.
Okay. Very, very cool. Have you seen bits and pieces of the showcase so far?
Yeah, bits and pieces. I mean, there's some very interesting, folks out there, games out there that I've made an effort to try and remember, just to go out and see them again once this is all over and when things are a little bit calmer. To make sure I at least ping some of those teams, because there's a lot of people doing fantastic things, and I really do appreciate the fact that you're doing something like this and bringing so many teams in. So many people doing such fantastic jobs that it's exhilarating. It really makes us happy.
No, I appreciate it. I have one last question.
Shoot.
Well, first of all, I see you as a role model in your entire team and your work. Can you talk about the importance of diversity in the tech industry and why stories like these matter?
Of course. It's for us, it's extremely important. I mean, we do believe that the only way that we can grow as an industry, whether that's nationally or even internationally as a global industry, is by incorporating more voices into the mix, seeing things from a different perspective, and we've learned through experience that the best way of finding solutions is really to have not so much a team with the same type of experience, but rather a multidisciplinary team with different with a difference in the way that they've lived through life, right? And arriving to solutions in the means of diverse points of view. It's sometimes even faster than having some dude with a lot of experience that it's only able to see things one single way. The best example that I can give of that is I remember this one podcast I was hearing about with the ketchup example, right? That people, where do you put your ketchup, in the freezer or in the refrigerator, or you put it in your pantry? And there's like people all around the world that put it in all different places, and their cuisine is generally affected because if they use it for cooking, if you're in England, for instance, and you put it in the pantry, you're going to have a lot of different spices that are around that same like ketchup idea. If you're in the US or you're here and you put it in the freezer, in the refrigerator, you're more prone to using different types of butters or sauces that end up shaping up your cuisine in very interesting ways. And the only way to getting to those types of differences is by living life a different way. And so that's where diversity really comes in and shapes things up in a different manner that sometimes is really intangible, but it really shows when you get to the results.
Thank you for your insight. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And yeah, I think that concludes this interview.
Awesome.
Yeah, dope. Do you have where can they follow Mulak on Twitter?
So you can follow Molaka and all of our games on we're on every single social media platform as either Lienzo MX or Lienzo Mexico. Just type it up like that, and you're gonna find us. We're everywhere: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, even here in Discord, everywhere, basically everywhere.
All right, sweet. Thank you. Have a nice day. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
You too. Thanks for having me. See you guys.
All right. Hello, hi, Sidon.
What's good with it?
Can you introduce y'all roles real quick?
I'm Darren. I'm the game designer.
All right.
You feel me? Yeah.
I'm Duran. I'm the team lead and co-project manager.
And my name is Anaya, and I'm the artist and animator on the team.
All right, cool. I know this is a continuation off of last year's series. Why did you guys decide to continue with this, high fee setting?
We mostly decided to continue with it because we weren't able to finish what we had initially planned our first year going with the project. So, and also on top of that, we felt like, we wanted to really get ready to, put it out there. So we had to add more game modes. And thankfully, we picked up a lot of new recruits. And, they actually kind of carried us, I ain't gonna lie. But, yeah, they came and, gave us some great ideas because we kind of hit a wall. But after that, they had some great ideas and just allowed us to make the game that you guys see now.
Nice, dope. And so, what exactly is a sideshow?
So a sideshow is it's an illegal event where people meet up and they do donuts, ghost riding, and illegal street racing. So that's kind of where we were really inspired from with this dancing game mode that y'all see right now.
Dope. I think the concept is sick. Like, you have to defeat each other based off of dancing. And I like the little winning animations and with the car jumps. I think it's dope. Nai, can you talk about that? Your experience, arting.
Well, I've definitely it's definitely been a learning curve for me because I have never really had to create animations or art within like an organized type of team the way that I have this year, and so I'm really grateful for like the people that I'm on the team with and the way that we kind of work because we were able to stay in constant communication and kind of talk about what does and doesn't work. And I was able to speak through the process a lot with the people that I work with, and that was really cool.
Nice.
But yeah.
Was your entire team familiar with this culture?
I am not originally from the Bay, so a lot of the process of figuring out how we're going to visualize the game came through conversation and through me researching the culture and having to try and figure out ways that I can replicate that as authentically as I can.
Nice. Well, I think you did a pretty dope job. I mean, like, this looks like the corner of my house. So, like, I could just walk here and I'll be right there in the game. Dope. How was it, managing this game during quarantine? Like, was the team able to meet deadlines or?
It actually was really fun managing the high siding team this year. Me and Drew, I feel like we really embraced each other's differences. I mean, like, just like different talents in terms of like project management, because we both were PM single PMs last year. I was one on high side and he was one on Oak Beats. So we really just took what we already knew and we just tried to bring each other's project management skills together. And I think that it was really fun. We were definitely able to meet deadlines. We definitely hit roadblocks, but I think that our team really responded well in terms of creating this project and just embodying it and immersing ourselves in it so that we can actually make something that was authentic to the culture.
Nice. I like to hear that. Darren, can you speak about how much of help your mentor was?
And shout out to both my mentors, Ken and Joe. They both, provided different aspects. One was a little bit more technical than the other, but they allowed for us to, allow for me not only just to think about some different aspects, but also they kind of put me in the right path as far as not only having the ability to get the team together, even though we already have two PMs. I sort of kind of had to do my own thing a little bit too, just to make sure that everybody stayed on track as far as the game design and understanding it as a team. So they came and helped us and, gave some actual good project management tips to a lot of the project managers too. So they were great. They were awesome.
Nice, dope. Shout out to all our mentors. They're clutch.
For real.
Yup. Is there anything else y'all want to say before I head out to the next conversation?
Yeah, check us out on Twitter, you feel me? Yeah, all that good jazz, you feel me? We dropped a little trailer, you know what I'm saying? Just look out for us,
Definitely,
we out there, high side.
Yeah, definitely go tap in with us on Twitter, on our team High Siding. And I also wanted to just shout out the team, our team,
right.
Edwin, Drew, Azaria, Trev. We all were PMs in our own way of keeping each other accountable, and I think that also made it easier to manage the team because everybody wanted to see the project be successful at the end of the summer. So shout outs to everybody.
Oh yeah. Nah, I think this is a success. I think this is definitely a success for sure. I can't wait to download on Itch.io. It's gonna be up this December, or what we're looking at?
For sure.
We don't know yet.
But we all know.
We do. Just know we coming. That's all y'all need to know. We coming. You feel me? High side in 2020, 2021 takeover, baby. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
No muss.
All right. Have a nice day and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thank you. All right. Don't walk alone. Who are you talking to when you say this? Like, don't walk alone.
I guess both men and women. In the perspective of women, like it's what we grew up hearing. Don't walk alone, or be aware of your surroundings. So we really wanted to give a voice to women in this game, but also we wanted to share the perspective of what women go through when they have to deal with catcallers, and have like give a better understanding of what happens and like how it's an everyday thing. So yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. I know I jumped right to it, but can you introduce yourselves and your role, please?
My name's Melissa. I'm the project manager and sound designer.
Nice. And press play, press play. Let's see the game.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jessica, the lead narrative designer.
Hi, I'm Phoebe, and I am the artist and animator.
Nice, nice, nice. How big is your team?
There are 6 of us.
6 of y'all. And are they? Is it like how many artists do y'all got? Were you by yourself, Phoebe?
Yes, but Mel did help with some of the background art.
Nice. Shout out to Mel. Shout out to Mel.
Thanks.
How much experience did you have doing this on how much experience did you have with art prior to this game?
I've been drawing mostly for all my life, but I've got in pretty serious in drawing in the past 3 or 4 years, but this was my first experience animating and I really enjoyed it.
Very cool, very cool. Jessica, do you want to speak about what type of conversations the players having?
So the conversation the player's having right now is with Nova, who is the main character's older sister. So we have Aurora, who's a young woman of color, and her mentor and her older sister in life, Nova, is explaining that the world is sometimes dangerous and that you shouldn't, walk alone, that you should be safe and figure out how best to respond if people are, really harassing you on the street.
Oh, for sure. I think this is a conversation that a lot of older siblings, parents have with their daughters because of how boo-boo this patriarchy is. How do you win or lose in the game, Melissa?
So the way you win is basically by speaking out and standing up for yourself. As you can see that on the top left of the screen is Aurora's anxiety bar. If you choose the wrong dialogue, let's say if you choose aggressive and the cat caller doesn't respond well with that, your anxiety bar goes up. And if it gets too high, that's when you lose the game.
Okay, I see. Okay. Hopefully we see you, sass some players and see what happens. Can you talk about, I'm not sure who this question is for, but how did you guys balance like a serious topic with like, very, I don't know. Yeah, how did you guys balance this topic out?
It was definitely difficult. At first, we wanted to go for a more stealth survival game where you avoided catcallers, but that didn't seem empowering enough. It seemed like you were basically giving the power to these catcallers. So then we worked on finding a way to empower the women who play this and kind of really destroy the catcaller's ego.
Yup.
Yeah.
Catcallers. Yeah, sorry, go for it, Jessica.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember distinctly we were all on a call and Mel brought up this video that we all ended up watching of this woman who starts, verbally fighting back against catcallers. And we just really thought it was super funny and inspirational. And I think the whole conversation kind of stemmed from there of what if it could be funny and not serious, but also feel empowering at the same time.
Nice. Empowerment. You guys spoke in the video about how this game was supposed to be stealth. What mindset made y'all change that?
I think just that we want this game to empower women. Know that even though in these situations, they are very uncomfortable, but we really want women a way to really fight back against these men who we do want to fight back against on the street, but of course that's a dangerous idea. But I think that through this game, it does give women a sense of boldness, of really to experience that ability of kind of pushing against these men who are objectifying you.
Yes. Kill this patriarchy. What do you want, Jessica? What do you want the players to? What do you want men to feel when they play this game? Yeah, like when I buy this game or download it, like what should I be feeling?
I mean, honestly, I think like a couple of things. One, we've had people say that like there are interactions that they've never really experienced firsthand before. Like they've always heard about it from their friends, their family, but to be put in that situation, to me, like that's like a new experience that people have to deal with, which I think is cool. Plus, I think a lot of the dialogue and the rhetorical combat options you have, they're just kind of funny. Like you don't need to be a specific demographic. So you could just have a good time and enjoy, sparring with people with your words, regardless of what gender you are.
You said some players never had these interactions. That's because men are privileged AF for no reason. Like honestly, just throw us away. I heard that I heard that women could like impregnate themselves without men. Like I read an article, I'm not sure if that's true or not. And like that scared me. That scared me. I'm like, wow, my word ability is like at zero, non-existent. Did you guys have any men on your team?
Yeah.
We did not.
Yeah.
No, we did not.
Wow, you guys didn't have any men, and you still make this. I mean, this is your baby. This video game is your baby. Wow, congrats. 10 out of 10.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Where can we follow up on this game?
So our team has a Twitter. It's don't underscore walk alone. And in there you'll also find our individual Twitters. But yeah, we post like pictures of our updates and our art or anything we've been working on for our game.
Nice, thank you. I think this concludes our interview. Is there anything else y'all want to squeeze in before I bounce?
I guess just enjoy the game and don't let anyone quiet your voice, even if you're a woman or not. Whoever you are, like you can speak out on anything wherever you're at.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and we're all noobs, so this is our first year in the Gameheads program. So shout outs to Gameheads for making remote development really easy, and I'm sure we all learned a lot. It was like a super life-changing experience for me, so thank you.
Same here.
Same here. And yeah, thank y'all for today, and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, I am here with what's this game again?
Stratum.
No,
Stratum.
Stratum. Where's your game? Why can't I see your game? Who's streaming?
I am.
You are? All right. And remind us, what is your game about again?
Stratum is a 2D action adventure beat 'em ups that fuses rhythm with capoeira combat in a magical dystopia.
Nice. It sounds like you got the elevator pitch
With a pitch.
down.
That's right.
I'm having trouble seeing your game. Can y'all see it on each other's?
Yeah, we can see it.
I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I apologize. Yeah, I mean, like we're going through some technical difficulties. It's okay. It's all right. Don't even worry about it. Here we go. All right. Yo. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I still can't see your game, so I'm gonna jump out and then move on to the next team. All right? Sound like a plan?
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
Save all this gang stuff, and I'll be right back. All right. All right, just kidding. Leave me alone, y'all. It's an accident. All right, so Stratum. Stratum is a dope game. It's about capoeira, and what is capoeira?
Capoeira is a Brazilian martial art. It's rooted in a lot of resilience and defiance. It was created by the slaves as a disguise, kind of, for a fight. It's a deadly fighting. It's a deadly combat method, but it looks like a dance. So the slaves were able to make it look like a tradition from their homeland, but truly it was a lethal fighting.
That is crazy. I think that is dope. Dancing and fighting at the same time. Feel free to hit play, Yax. I forgot to ask you to introduce yourselves. What role of the game did y'all take?
So I guess I'll start. I'm Shay. I was the game designer and programmer on Team We on X Games mode.
I'm Casey Ramos. I was the narrative designer on Team Leon X Games mode.
I'm Channing. I was the artist and the PM for the team.
My name's Tiffany. I was the animator for our main character.
All right, very cool. It sounds like y'all had a lot of teams. I heard two artists. Is that what I heard?
Yes. We actually have 3 on the team, but just today we have 2 presents.
You have 3 artists. You know there was a team that had 0. Civil Matters had 0 artists. Wow. Not my problem. So I mean, talk about why you guys chose to use like black, white, and gray scheme.
Okay, yeah, I guess I can answer that. Well, really, it started off as me being lazy. I was like, I don't want to worry about like the hues. I just wanted to focus on the values. So black and white is kind of like a great cheat, But it ended up being a great palette for the nightmare scene to kind of really draw the players into the scene and like emphasize the assets that the players can interact with. But later in the different scenes, we also were able to use color to like tell a bit of our stories, like visually. So.
Very dope. Very dope. Yeah, the stream can't see me, but it doesn't matter because this is an after party, and it's all about the developers. Talk to me about managing this project. It seems like y'all got a lot of assets, a lot of code, different mechanics. How did that go when managing the project?
In the beginning, I actually started off with Notion, which is a space or platform that I got introduced to and during the spring semester. But then later we kind of transitioned back to Google Drive, and we mainly use Discord to communicate. But we refer back to the sprint that's in Notion. It was a really interesting summer because everything was online. Definitely, it was very difficult having to find people in different chat rooms, but we kind of pulled through.
Nice. Can you, Shay, since Yax is playing the game, can you?
Yax died.
That's hilarious. Yax is the programmer and he died. What's going on? Oh, he's not dead?
Hold on now.
Oh, what? Word?
Hold a second.
We got cutscenes up in here.
Oh, wow, this is a very turn of events. Oh, that's crazy. Nice cutscene. So which one of you animators did that?
That was Shay.
Actually, yeah, I did some video editing for this part of it. We needed like how did you put it, Casey? Like a narrative vehicle to transition from that swarm scene to the next level that Jax is playing here. Yeah.
Nice. So what I saw like a mechanic where there's a circle. When that pops up again, can you talk about it? Shay or Yax, either one.
Sure. Which ability is that? The betting bow one?
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, as we wait for that, what is the storyline with this game? What's the journey?
Well, we're following Shadri through her journey on her way through a tournament that is supposed to be her ticket out. It's her way. Sorry, this is her one chance to leave the slums of Scenaria and prove herself to the government and join her grandmother in the higher ups of this magical dystopia. This is her one chance. So this tournament is a huge deal to her, and you'll see it's a pretty extensive tournament level. And we follow her all the way through the end, which you should get to because it's a very special ending to the story.
That's what I'm talking about. What is that?
Oh, yeah. So that's the betting bow ability. We wanted to kind of have this authentic capoeira feel to it, and that's one of the like instruments that's used a lot when they do those like dance fighting circles. Sorry if I don't know all the terms for this, but we also wanted to infuse kind of like a rhythm element to our combat, and that was one of the ways that we tried to address that was through that ability.
So does it make you stronger, faster?
Yeah, so it's supposed to like affect enemies within a certain range and stun them momentarily, and then every time you hit on beat, it powers you up a little bit.
Nice. That's dope. That's hella dope. How did you? Sorry, go for it, Yax.
I was just gonna say, I will also admit I am taking damage, and I am also losing a life or two here on purpose, just so I can show off some of the animations that we put a lot of work into, actually.
Oh, okay, so you're just not bad. So it's not that you're just bad at the game.
No, it's not that I'm just bad at the
You
game.
want to show off the art?
No.
Okay.
You know, I've play tested this too many times, Oren.
Oh, too many times. Okay, my bad. Okay.
Let's restart.
Thank you so much, Yax, for dying. Shit.
Yeah, I think it was important to showcase.
Daddy. What the heck? What was I gonna say? Capoeira. Yes. How did you guys decide to use capoeira as like a mechanic or revolve it around the game?
I can answer this question. Yeah. So in the beginning, like our iteration process was like start off with a question and then a verb, and then our question was like, how do we encourage players to kind of like try to challenge the systems and structures that we live in with tools that's not from the system itself. And we're also really inspired by the question or the quote that Audre Lorde, which is like, for the master's tool will never dismantle the master's house. It may allow us to temporarily beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change. So like Casey mentioned earlier, capoeira is actually rooted in defiance, and we really felt like this martial arts can like embody the message that we're trying to send. So that's why.
That's dope. I know a lot of the students like study games when they're pursuing a concept. Were there any games out there that use capoeira or anything like that?
That's funny. Earlier we were talking about Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers? How is that incorporated?
So if I may jump in, I think that kind of came up because there isn't a lot of capoeira like representation in games or mainstream media. Bob's Burgers is just one of those examples of like how it's kind of humorously portrayed. Yeah, we just wanted a game that was, I don't know, that highlighted something different, but also stayed true to the theme of what we were trying to, I guess, address with our game theme. Oh.
Bye, Tiffany.
Also, I just wanted to say at this point, because we are on a time constraint, I just kind of wanted to move on to the next scene, so we can show off as much as possible here.
Nice. Show off as much as possible. I like it. Put the hotkeys. Skip.
Hold on.
Welcome back, Tiffany.
Hello.
You're one of the animators. What was your role with the animations?
So my role was animating our main character, Shadri. So I guess this year compared to last year, I definitely did a lot more dynamic animation. Because last year I used more of the translation tool rather than like actually drawing frames. So this year was pretty different for me. this yeah, so I guess I got like a lot of experience on like how to animate and like how to work with timing for the main character.
All right, dope. No, I mean the animation looks great, like smooth and capoeirista. I think it's like it's solid. It's solid. It's a good job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, these comic strips looking spicy. I really like the fact that
Cool.
y'all decided to use a spectrum between white and black for a lot of your game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like at least like 49 shades of gray or something like that. If I had known where you kept your grandpa. Oh yeah. How many more of these slides do we got?
Just a couple. These are just basically they function as comic panels that were illustrated by Channing.
Oh, nice work, Channing.
Thank you.
How long did you guys have to develop this game?
About like 10 weeks, right?
Yeah, something like that. 11, maybe.
Yeah, I think around 10.
What is
Yeah,
time
we
at this
formed our
point?
team
We don't.
on June 13th, I believe.
Oh, she remembers
That's
the
the
date.
PM for you. She knows the exact date.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's not PM. Okay.
Right.
You said stratum. What does stratum mean?
So stratum actually refers to like the levels or the classes in which people are assigned based on race, class, or income level. So we decided to use this name because this society is stratified, and Chaudhry is on the lowest rungs of the society. She's in the subspirited category, and she's trying to climb her way up. But we realized by the end, if you saw the comic, it's not that easy. I'll leave it at that.
Nice. You guys, last question. Are you guys gonna finish this off? Are we gonna see it on Itch.io or somewhere, or what?
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely be on
There's so much
Itch.io.
polishing to do.
How
We're
much?
so excited
How much you want me to
to get
drop
it.
for it?
How much you got?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So
What's your budget?
we're taking the early access model and going $60. No.
I wanted enough to be able to afford that nice background light you got going on. So
Listen, I heard you talking about Hawaiian food earlier.
Oh.
Yeah, that's for me because I'm hungry. So yeah. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. See you around and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
so much.
thanks for having us.
Thank you, Joam.
All right, down the street. What's down the street? What's going on down the street? What's popping down the street? What's going on? Kali, what's going down the street?
Everything, a lot of things. Our game's going down the street, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
Well, our game down the street is about a kid who just, I don't know, where going to the store, mind his own business, and I don't know where a protest happening, and he actually sees some police brutality. So our game is about a kid walking through a protesting in the background, while things like police brutality is happening in the background. So yeah.
All right, I see. And so, what was your role in the game, Kali?
My role in the game was sound design. I did the sound design, the music, and also some sound effects too.
Nice. And what about you, Zora?
My role was being a sound designer as well. I was working mostly on the background sound of the game.
All right. And who else do we have in here? Is that Adrian?
Yes, it is. Hello, everybody.
What was your role, dude?
I'm the project manager and game designer for the theme and the game.
Nice. I'm sorry. We have two sound designers in here, but we can't play the sound because blow up the stream. But talk about how you guys designed the sound and if you guys talk about that process.
Well, for my part of the sound, I kind of get that. How do you make music during a protesting? And that was like a really struggle for me as a sound designer because I never done this before. This is something big and different. So I decided to play around with it a bit. I decided to do something like maybe like some software music, maybe some hardcore music. And throughout my audio, I kind of find out a mix between both. So we got some nice sounds, hard sounds in there too.
All right.
And for my part, I was just mostly looking at past protests that happened in like early May or June. Like for example, the ones include like the Washington protests, the one from Portland, some in California, etc. Yeah.
All right. Dope, dope, dope. Did you just go out and actually record any of your sounds and put yourselves in danger in the protest? I hope not.
No, I know.
Okay. Cool, cool, cool. How did you guys like come up with this concept?
Oh, well, we wanted to reflect we wanted to take what happened early this year, and we all kind of felt deeply, just collectively as a whole, just saddened of what happened, and we just were just like, well, what can we do to have our voices be heard or have our take on it? And we thought, why not just take the protests and just transform into a game? We first thought of a horror game for it, where the kid is trying to go home and he's being chased by the police,
Oh wow.
thinking that he was just a rowdy protester, but that to our we got a lot of feedback on that, and it shouldn't be about horror. It should just be about reflecting on the
Mm-hmm.
protests in the background. And while you're trying to just go home, you're hearing it in the background, and it's more like it's not front centered, but it's just around you, just like surround yourself with the noise and the power of the unheard.
I see. Interesting. Very interesting. I think it's very bold of you. I think it's dope that you guys went out to pursued this game. What how did you guys? I mean, like, how did the concept come up? Like, did everybody just wake up one day and say, "Protest game" or what?
It took like a couple days to get through it. It was just like we had a lot of research we wanted to do, what we wanted to portray, what sounds we wanted to make in it, and we were down one artist, or we have only one artist on our team, and we didn't have a lot of like resources and still like a couple new people in the team, so we had to work with what we had. But throughout the whole thing, we were all fond of each other. We all wanted to see this dream come out, and we thought, well, instead of making it visually look pleasing, why not make it sound pleasing? Like we had, and Damon told us that we could just use a bunch of sounds, such as you have all the video recordings, the news articles, and all that stuff. Just compile all the sounds and just um go off that. And we were like, okay, we don't have to make the game look good. Just make it sound good. Make it have that uh, sound impactful and all that.
Nice. I think that's dope. I think that's dope. Real cool. And I mean, it's very like relevant to contemporary issues, and this is like something that everybody should be experiencing and being open minded to learn about. It's a
Right.
question for Kali and or Zora. All of you guys both want to answer. What did you guys learn from developing this game? About yourself, your skills, or about anything really.
I guess I go first. For me, as a sound designer and doing a game about police brutality and the protesters. Protesting in the background was like really interesting because I never done this before, my first time, and seeing that, like making music for that was really challenging and just really like how can I put something that has happened to my community into it and something that happened to like you know the Black Lives Matter movement and stuff. And I kind of find it really interesting how the whole concept come to mind and stuff. So I kind of find kind of hard
Sorry.
to make music too. Yeah.
Nice. What about yourself, Zora? What did you learn from this experience?
So I'm a newbie. This is my first year actually creating a game and being part of Gameheads. And overall, I just want to talk about my experience real quick. It was a really great experience. I'm glad that I got accepted into the program. And for the sound, I was very cautious, at looking at different protest sounds and a lot of different like sound effects as well. So I don't get copyrighted and people don't chase me down for using it. And overall,
Nice. Very good. You should always be able to take away from your projects, and every experience is a learning opportunity. Thank you for your time. What's your Instagram? Or Twitter, or Facebook, or MySpace? Where can we follow you?
We have currently a Twitter at GameheadsRaven at twitter.com.
All right.
We follow us there and check out the news and updates for more information on the game.
All right. Dope. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. And yeah, see you soon. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Yo, Camino. Wow, take a look at this title screen. This right here it's a beauty. It really is. Introduce yourselves. What's your role in the team, and yeah, what you be doing? Starting with.
I'll go first.
Yeah. Go.
I'm Marisa. I'm narrative designer and second artist and character artist to this game.
Hi, y'all. I'm Camila. I am one of the artists on our team, and I did a lot of the assets and background art on our game.
I'm project manager and game designer.
All right, nice. What does Camino mean before we get started?
Camino, it kind of derived from a term that means path or avatar of the Orishas, and it's where when Santos during initiation receive the Orisha blessing and such, like they learn the path of which Orishas take in life, and they kind of and spiritually like walk beside them.
Nice. All right, well, let's get started. Camila, remind me of your role again in the game.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Okay, so I'm one of the artists on our team, so I did a lot of background work, and I also helped a little bit out on the animations, as well as doing some of the assets for our game.
Nice. Can you talk a bit about the story, Bay, about what this comic strip is teaching us?
That's good. So Toei is coming back from another hard day of labor in the sugarcane fields and is finding that their mother is being sold off to a different plantation. So at the last minute, they're reaching out to grab their mom's hand, but only manage to grab their cowrie shell bracelet, which then breaks. leaving a trail of cowrie shells behind them. So our main character, Toye, ends up following this trail of cowrie shells using just this mocha that they have, the cowrie shells that are now blessed with the powers of the gods, and their own wits.
Nice, very cool, very cool. How did you guys decide to make a video game of such, emphasizing Afro-Cuban culture?
I think. Oh, should I go?
Yeah, go for it, Marissa.
Okay. Honestly, when it came to like the week of pitching ideas, I think I pitched this narrative a little bit too well, which they all seemingly really wanted to get on board with. And this was like, ooh, this is like a story that I've carried around ever since joining the program and finally gotten around to doing it.
Dope. Must feel good. I mean, that's always a good feeling when people actually, motivate and support your pitch. Camila, you said you were the animator. What was your favorite animation for this game?
So I worked a lot on like the rough animations. Like I kind of planned out like what I wanted like the characters to look, and Mari did like a lot of like the final animations. So like my favorite one was like when I think you might see it soon when our Spaniard he gets electrocuted and he looks like a Tom and Jerry character.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I think this game is dope. I mean, like you guys, like all of you were able to depict story of someone's Afro-Cuban, and Afro-Latinx is extremely underlooked in our society, and I think it's ridiculous, and I think that's why this game is important. Yeah, Bae, can you talk about why? I mean, or I mean, your experience, being non-Latin about making this game.
You mean sort of being one of the odd ones out, I suppose?
I mean, being a strong ally is what I mean.
Yeah, it was really fun. Love my team so much. I want to say, I think it was just a really great time deferring to just Marissa's like anthropology background and her being our primary source for this game. So I think it was really lovely to just kind of think around the design challenges that came with this game and then leave all the rich narrative storytelling to Marissa and like Camilla through her art, Brittany through her sound, and then Rebecca bringing all the programming in to like really make this pop.
Nice. You spoke about primary resources. Can you elaborate on that, Marissa?
I mean, primary resources is just a really fancy way of saying like stuff I grew up with or have been exposed to. Because a lot of this comes from like my dad, and a lot of like the African diaspora that we've still held on to in the family, of practicing, Yoruba and Santeria and just having that Afro kind of legacy still within the family.
Nice. And what did your parents say about this game?
My mom, who really doesn't play video games, she was just like, "Oh, that looks really pretty." It's pretty much what she had to say about it. But my dad was very, very excited about this because there are no games really, or at least none that I've seen it in this way, about Cubano culture or Yoruba stuff, because really not there. But he absolutely loves anything like all the sounds in it because he's rumbero.
All right, very cool. I appreciate your efforts. Is there anything else y'all want to say? What's your Twitter?
You can find us at Team Bruja Bros on Twitter.
And you can
give us a follow. I think.
Oh, sorry.
Don't everybody speak at once.
Sorry.
There's lag. Go for it.
My Twitter handle is Rojo Draws. And you can just find like more concept art there.
I have a little bit of art on there, not too much, but my Twitter ad is Camila Garfra at Twitter. Yeah.
All right, dope. Well, thank you for your time. I hope you appreciate the rest of the stream, even though there's not much left. But yeah, thank you for this. I love it. The playthrough.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Yo, yo, yo. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I want to give a thank you to all of our sponsors, to all of our viewers, to our parents, to the board, to our mentors. I want to give a thank you to my mom because she's dope. I love her. Along with my dad. I love him too. And I just have so much gratitude for the efforts these students are making, and I'm always like, my job is literally to watch them and record them, and I really appreciate and learn a lot, and I just love what I do for Gameheads. I learn a lot every time I do this. Every year there's always a game that surprises me and just makes me critically think about life, about society, and the day-to-day experience. Keep up with Gameheads at We Are Gameheads on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. If you guys, if y'all have any posts, any games that you appreciate the most, that stood out to you, take a screenshot, post it on Twitter, and hashtag Gameheads Live. It's very helpful. The support, and it's never enough because this is an everlasting movement for ourselves and to diversify the tech industry. And with that, I'm gonna let y'all go. And yeah, have a nice night. Stay safe and stay 6 feet away from me.